What's up, bro? I hope you're having a wonderful morning. Good to see you once again, my friend Bella. Hello, my friend, fellow. Welcome to Cetra's Angelhood. We're living in the age of Aquarius, and your mind may be a little curious, though please feel free to go delirious as we follow this harmonizing course, tantalizing that inner force. You can be anything you want to be, and you can dream up anything you desire to imagine. Your mind is the key, opening the heart to see, allowing the unity of both thought and deed. You are an electromagnetic individual. The emotions or the electricity and the magnetism is what you decide to do every single day with your life. And that is what you will draw to you. And it will be also that which you naturally push away from you without even any effort. Simple polarity and shifting of your desires and wants into your actions in every day will change your life. It doesn't happen overnight, but you'll see the twinkling of omens and signs and all sorts of epiphanies coming in at you. So as we're going to go over these blessings, they're words in other ancient languages. They do have meanings. They're not just words, sounds just being mumbled forth. They've been spoken for many years, some of them for thousands of years. And so in that, sending forth blessings and goodness all the way around, much love, many blessings to one and all. Let's have a wonderful day. Circle now, we conjure thee that thou mayest the boundary be between the world of men we know and what the mighty one shall show. A guardian and protection be, for power we shall raise in thee. Preserve, contain it in thy sphere to aid the work we shall do here. So have we consecrated thee, so may our circle blessed be. Sky and sun and sea and earth, teach us, give our wisdom birth. Sun and sea and earth and sky, with your powers gathered nigh. Sea and earth and sky and sun, all together four is one. Earth and sky and sun and sea, join us as we call to thee. Loving Lady, mighty Lord, by cup and shield and one and sword, we ask your presence and your light to bless the work we do this night. Light and darkness, day and night, I bid you collide. Rekindle these warrior spirits, breath of life into their bodies and cause, having their arms. Arise, warriors of the past, pick up your swords and prepare to do this battle. Spirits of darkness arising with the powers of wind vile. Fight the blight, this be darkened night in our right. Zikia Kampaziana Kampaziting Gerkia Kampaziting Kampa. Hear me, all that I summon forth by name. Come to me by your head, go and answer my most urgent plea, most graciously through matrimony, most harmoniously through our loving family. Renosi sekio we wasn't putura de hit hirusha hanju siru kai gora kukijeni was moha prasuki beset I Peter to Gudip Shakins and Asaramen. On Bashar Mantayas Wagom Bajon Manatayas, Varnuna Nina Nurana Nina Narn Dumbong Shoshin Shong in Shanain Tarias Wagom Shanaya Yantrayas Vaha Engon Brambim onde trashita parano suwa kumji trashi atarashi paranas baha ruda di da ruda da di ruda da ruda da kringon toni drong chong krang krong hong chong shin shong on hayaba sharma taya suwa kum hayaba shoma kaya baha aha hazza kringon hong krong onama kusano non manom namaha samanta vasharom ham Hang on, kung unahin Maria suwagom na yayar mayas waha shring on gong grong on hino kasher patay suwagom so kiki chinto kichivatis paha nunanin nunanin na kring on pram on shari chivatay suwagom shishai varatayas waha Hung kanking room on a rapashano, so wako manakarti, bubabe bubu bear, bot bear, bor, bubu bear, rongamen. Reno si sekio we wasn't putu, right ahead, Hirusha, Hindusiruka, Korikutijen, was Maha, Protu, the Secretosa, Evita, Woody Shakins and Asaramen. Parachukushu Baroro, Gilmaka Momo, Lalaball, Pokokena, Rababall, Lana Barrico, Shadow, Pakistana, Polasaro, Boprico, and Belu, Moshanebo, Paroni, you get Kampa, and Belu, Google, Hol, Hegar, Padish, Gila, Gabol, Gilma, Mashko, Gurusuma, Babo, Maruka, Raga, Ziku Gigima Gampranamlu, Pakalamu, Ziukine, Givilanu, Shashu Mashinana, Sarolim, Barmaratu, Zizi, Mashinana, Shaju, Mashanana, Sarolim, Barmaratu, Zizi, Mashinana, Runa, Ramandi, Dumuduku, Arata, Gigi, Lugologas, or Kirman, Gaigola, Zikor, Kenegego, Neveru, Dedicated, and Telaku, Panakuku, Kutuku, Kakumash, Persona, Sakarima, Shishadu, Malabaka, Kedaglu, Godarmarata, Garbo, Maruku, Curious, Saru, Barmaskin, to do Dediku, Lugatermake, Panotuku. Nadalugarana Makia Pangorbisu Sorolimun and Banatu Zari Mashikaranu Zulumora Dorabo, Gibil Balaina Teramadu, Dagatuku Mashimashi, Sori Mashan Gorsal Gori Masharos, Sierra Papatiku Baba Suzukan Pa, Lugalab the Board Acne Boy, Erkingu Baradi Muaru, Kagutabu Ninuam Gashti. We are also Ronofras whom is found perfect before the next room and never coming out Shinyu. We had said these are the elements of our body, perfected through suffering, glorified through trial. The scent of the dying roses as the repressed sigh of our suffering, and the flame red fire is the energy of our undaunted will, and the cup of wine is the pouring out of the blood of our hearts, sacrificed unto regeneration, unto the newer life, and the bread and salt are the foundations of our body, which we destroy in order that they may be renewed. For we are also the triumphant, even also Novus, the justified one. We are he who is clothed with the body of flesh, yet in whom flames the spirit of the eternal nothing of Kamiel Shinyu. We are the Lord of life. We are triumphant over death, and whosoever partaketh with us shall arise. We are the manifester and matter of those whose abode is the invisible. We are the purified. We stand upon the multiverse. We are its reconciler with the eternal nothing coming out to shed you. We are the perfecter of matter, and without us, the multiverse is not. Hail to Hudi, making victorious Hassad over his enemies on the night that of battle, and of making the fettering of the symbol, day that of destroying the enemies of the Lord of the world, night that of making to stand the Jet and Jejetu, salutation of power, Father, Mother, Supreme Being who comes us to Hudi. Thanks for the words divine. Our will, mind, and heart belongs to you. Ambarni tu. Empress of the skies, heavenly queen, beloved, all said our heart is keen, from darkness to be released, to connect with our power, deepest peace. Bless us that this may be so in accordance with heaven's plan, that we grow. Beloved queen, clothe us in your authority and light. We now claim our spiritual birthright. Goddess Kinematonket, whom loves us, protect us now. We rest in your heart of love and peace. So be it. Also, Aronofus will confirm. Lady Allset and Nebi Sarabi, shining bright, support our Merkaba, build our collective body of light. We are in your protection now, and from harm we are free. Align us now with our inner divinity. Through our own free will as beings of light, we now allow our Merkaba to alight. Arising from below and descending from above, penetrate darkness to with divine light and love. Merkaba protection, body and spirit is one. Fragmentation and disconnection are now forever undone. Likin Linu, Shiri, Staxara, Petu, Marticula, Token, Usually be Alu, Meshar, and Meshalu, Science, Emia, Rato, Turm, Shirisha, Isaya, Isia, Riagariaga, Biasha, Biasha, Jelica, Jelica, Dupira, Laka, Isayo, Rierica, Limo to Kurmu, Kimakutri, Latili, Shamia, Zumbriari, Isaya, Zumbriariega, Zumbria, Yesha, Zumbria, Bisilica, Zumbria, Dupira, Zumbria, Laka, Zumbria, Tatara, Zumbria, Dexi, Zumulata Karuba, Zumulata Sarnica Nish, Mashkaptulu, Tamatunu Nish, and Kibel Kimrilu, Taptunu Nish, Manduk Mashmashalani, Tamatunu Nish, Kishwar Kampunu, Tamatunu, Zumulia, Utabrasama. Iayayar neni barani neni baterik perik baterik perik bagabaiz agabaiz bagarbor agarbor bagarbaiz agarbaiz agarbor bagarbaiz agarbaiz baperik perik baterik perik beneni neni badu neni ya korbor ya rin by again by gora ya ki yaksaka ki Asakuti eki asarua keki ketulu ya Shrim Hrim Vajra Vorkani Hrim Hrim Vasvaha Shrim Hrim 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 Vajra Vorkani Hrim Hrim Vasvaha Hrim Hrim Vajra Vorkani Hrim Hrim Vasvaha Shrim Hrim Vajra Vorkani Hrim Hrim Vasvaha and Ushub Amgi Batsuki Sharkega Godash Ramara Yeri Guru Kalamasani Kudin Kanina Kurunaksan Kukariashu Futu Ziana Kampazi Kia Kampakalu Nampara Tarbara Shakbaraki Gimbara Lord Barata Lord Baramas Gimbara Urubara Pabara Latubara Lasubara Korubara Tukubara Kilbara Lili Tubara Utu Soladin Nazul Allah Soladin Nazul Vikim Soladin Nazul Mula Soladin Nazul Ingir Soladin Nazul Maskin Soladin Nazul Barayati Nazul Siana Kampazi Kia Kampa Musiki Bari Nagisha Shorgishu or Masha Sigar Bari Zigar Shir Barai Si Sharma Zigaram Zayin the Ray Sharaki or Puar Bartman Guru Diarum dea sara savito mandala mania varti nariana sati siri sana sani vista kira formal kuru kuru barkariti hari haran maya baputor senka karan namskaran mantra hram troyar nama home cream ravari nama home soya nama home cream banapers nama home kukari nama home rapusner nama hram haran kabar hariya nama home cream barik kariya nama home mari kayar nama home cream savitra nama home kariya nama home rapaskar nama hram cream Sri for sorry, Yana Yarna Mahapalosi, Yashas Namaskar, Yakovote, Derne Dene, I oppression by Pieram Jason, Jason Kaja Yarte, Ong krang kring kong kring mong heru so fro hong kring bong shmasha kashapia epi shamush epistia kimati nor kutushula limli shuru li shuru gura tuku epita shunu kima mena tu inati kili tu shunu limu tuma nakulu blui shunu lini shuma nakulu di nin shunu liki shurma nakulu tari Kiarama shaluti sharkashati sharushi arkushu shurbi arki shurbu yuzini ergoko sherba kampabang kibikiara kibil kishumani and dudu to station alani godia marki ishpari yazi lingar gara kampa and kimadu kosemi toki shabu banana and shamtorina hai kishpar bagi bil bagi ara siaga kama kakamban no Shariome Kunoshi Shariule Kunoshi Shariule Nix Kunoshi Shariule Si Kunoshi Shariule Ted Kunoshi Shariule Ni Kunoshi Shariule Ni Kunoshi Shariule Katin Kunoshi Shariule Denali Kunuli Kutina Zumbi Yutabra Sama Agama Saratu is Masarati Sharmushili Churulu Shishali Nutizi Animalani Raputi Shimar Yata Barbi Dina Latilinda also Kumushi Lani Mushiki Masarati is Masarati by its Masaratu it's Masaratu, Agamasaratu, Yamasaratu, Kiravolgonish Mashkori, Yamasaratu, Zikia, Kampapa, Mankia, Shatabara, Masaratu, Bara. Vishnu Klimisnar, Namahom Sam Kumbera, Yartamadu Mutev, Kubera, Demerkoda, Prompri, Vidatu, Bumi Devi, Metandu Mutev, Nuxakaru, Kimina, Mentenetev, Esoram Tari, Neke, Ter, Sukari, Ter, Sepsan Marsiri, Utuxora, Tata, Saron, Hamin Sanari, Yarnam Homi, Amendra, Yartam Hakopsno, and Rontes as that to Arnaya Meran Kobisno, Nuxakisat, Honam, Sex, Tek, Kisuek, Sakakartek, Ananeka bek tang riser tep seruna bek morkola kutulu tata laka ni omra magnari yat nam homam yamari yat nam harti yama masaratu teraya maran happy nuk happy sek isari nam sek sarte sek arte kui neki arte ekore kortana nette tierta mormatu yanu yali neri kiak saksom samra seksari yat nam Barunari at Namhaim set Baruna Barat Salamalari Metanim set Nukim set Seki Sarianam Sexeruna Bagman set Senu Duni Kupitera Mautun Rates of Sidinger and Bazidinger Kia Kabazam Peo Biomiam Vior Vietnam Morsi Morkala Morulu Mormatu Sidinger and Kabazidinger Kia Kabao Tupsutura Tatar Kutulu Tataraga exactly Titakala Yanu Yanelian Gisa Peo Him Pramartner Namahara Pramuna Bomahato Maxaratu Evolutions Raya Meran Capran Capram Capra Capru Capru Nepim Cabrasha Caprim Pedemra Molulu Azaku Titakala Nesrat in Abumaha Jota Teus Aramasati Omiketepsekis Shurtenu them and a root of Messu with Tor Netor Om Hrim Hom Surya Yartnamha Om Hrim Shrim Chandra Yartnamha Om Hrim Shrim Mangali Yartnamha Om Shrim Bambur Yartnamha Om Hrim Brahm Braspati Yartnamha Om Hrim Shrim Shukrai Namaha Om Hrim Shrim Shamchana Yartnamaha Om Hrim Robert Namaha Om Hrim Ketubert Namaha Shapusumu Samkar Shamkashya Bahaya Mahadayurtim Tamurim Sarvapa Bagnam Prana Toshmin Divakaram Dadi Shakatu Shorabom Kishore Narvas Babam Namami Shashatam Somap Sambor Mukur Kapusharam Darani Karpasam Putam Vertu Karti Samaprapam Kumaram Shakti Hastam Tamangalam Pranamamiam Priyam Gukalika Sharmam Properna Pratimam Burham Somyam Somyam Kuropetam Tamburham Pranamamiam Devanam Chari Shernam Chakurum Kunchana Sani Bamburi Putram Trilukasham Tam Namami Priyas Patim Himan Kutam Lena Labam De Yarnam Paramam Kurum Sarva Sastrapavataram Pargavam Pranamamiam Nelanjana Samapasam Ravi Putram Yamagura Janchari Yamatanta Sambutam Tam Namami Chana Swaram Karya Mahaberyam Chandaram Dika Vimardaram Smika Gorbasam Putam Tam Rahum Pranamamiham Palasha Pushpasam Karshak Taraka Grahamasakam Rorom Romakum Gorom Tam Ketum Pranamamiham Ambramam Moradi Triporan Karibanu Shashi Burni Sutabura Shoguru Shashukra Sharnigre Luketu Sarvagraha Mama Super Partam Kurumu Shorti Ombor Wars Vorom Rata Vitur Pariambar Kutubasya Dirmani and Union of Pratchodayat on Tata Swaha Hariam Tata Swaha nansi ni anambra siti asini ananamba saman kasaya gas kia kampa magabati anana kampa mashrita nanazia kampa ya magia sagastena kiashta kloshna bokurios markurios ya thorti ankarku ya zerna bor mozar sifrnes kan pasal sagashen talat kanpa nebosataratos kanpa ya kashia sa shaya ka kolobarni gash ia markala istari baradi ya gusher ya yarnani yarashta babacha chakarani yaramilo ya istari kanpa ina mari zarma kampa Bizarma kampaya ya beye sorolur shmashuru ya durya isorolu shikatabari ya tare chu pasala katabari ya kapazi dingaru ya kampazi dingarustu ya kampazi shrazera da kuzi bararu kampa ya shta kampaya na gormas baru na gomas baru Ariana Goria Yarsian Garkampa Yankari Ziarin Koria Yazidin Yarni Yakampa Yakatala Makiata Rakampa Marukumu Paru Sikari Yartagi Agartia Mapapotnes Yamarutu Yatuku Surim Zarim Sagarim Exanak Sakarampa Yalukuku Nipmano Yardugi and Rayazi Patu Balaku Berteriku Bagampa does the exact but Basak Bar no noise Yanusuki Gamsuki Shirgi Goddess Saramara Yering Guru Kalamasani Kudingan Naburu Nexon and Kukariasha Shumu Kuku Vajin precious slash so Mam Joshua Tromagoni Parani Devi Uvarti Paranti Ranu Fratala Charasi before day Devi Kariyan Yai Namaha Kariyani Mahamariya Yogi Yanteshwari Namkup Suratam Devi Parti Mekur Namaha Osari Sarastra the DNA Academically Yarnana Gimani to Gurgel Natono Borbor Voswa Hatas Vitar Varnia Bargudvasia Der Maria Opportunity Ipsos Ipshosh Coronation Torota Torora Taroa Torora Rototoa Brahata Gangang Ying Gong Kong Kreng Gong Bang Gong Gong Shring Tong Gang Gang Tong Bang Om Tram Bagame James and Medipus Divar Marvaru Kami Vavanasum Yomo Jerry Ter Namaha Rim Hum Chum Mahogo Jerike Chum Krom Shrim Boom Shrim Chum Krom Kujerka Krom Chum Hum Amare Agri Forana Koroazik and Lime Shukurai Yartamaha Shum Shrim Om Vasamede Hisukrai Swaha Om Kring Kali Swaha Sarvabi Samedehi Memahali Gertnamaha Sanking Jo Lang Deren Zon San Ching Jo Wolang Din Ju Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Rama Hare Rama Ramerti Ram Me Maro Rame Sasturdam Tatuya Ram Nam Varnane Umbane Kayat Namo Maganata Ya Vedar Mare Vakatunda Yadin Mahitano Tanti Prajudayat Vakatunda Yar Mahakari Yasoria Kurti Samaprava Norikorum Kurumedava Sarva Koryeshur Sarvara Shri Guru Rashnish Mane Mukure Sura Varno Ragu Varvi Mojo Surjurja Kupor Chorburhi Hintanu Janiki Sumiro Povan Kumor Borburhi Vidya Rumohe Herahu Kolesapi Gorje Hanuman Gun Sigorje Karpisti Hunloku Jargaran Ramdu Datali Pardamanjani Pluto Papan Sarta Mahamaha Vivekam Bajurangi Kumartini Force Americas and Kikajan Vera Pures Besikaran Kuno Kuchi Kesa Wolf Rodu Horje Roge Korte Morchuri Ursos and Korsuvan Kusanin and then Tishprata Mahajag Varantan Vijavargani Arti Chaturam Kashkari Bekuato Parutari Derson Bekoras Ram Kansiraman Basias Rikurus Rosnish Manem Kursuro Vuru Vorfimojo Surjur Zaku Forchor Birhi Hin Tanu Jarneke Sumiro Povankumor Burhi Viriardo Homohi Harahu Koles of the Gorje Hariman Gangun Sigorje Karpisti Loku Jarkar Ram to Tatali Partamanjani Privan Surnamaha Mahavikram Bajongi Kumarini Vos America Sanki Kajan Varavari Subesekanan Kudo Kichi Esa ho fosro do morje veraje korne morjare husorje son kosuvan kustrin en den tisch prota mahajag vartan verniar var Puniati Chaturam Kashkarabi Kuator Prabhu Charitir Surbe Koraja Lomlakan Sitaman Masya Sukshmarup Dari Siarhi Digarva Vikarup Dari Lankar Jarava Bimarup Dari Asur Sankare Ramachanda Kikasan Varte Laya Sarshi Pamalakansi Yai Esri Alagu Verjishi Ovar Yishragu Partik Kerni Ahur Barai Tumam Priya Parati Sambal Sahaspadan tomorrow Yashkar Vuskar Hishri Parikan Garve Sankari Pramarimunis Ratsa Rat Sarhira Hesa Yamku Bordi Porja and Tekabika Vorka Hiksake Karte to Ukosugrava in Kerna Rambivaye Rashpartene tomorrow Mantrovivarshan Manalaka Swarbari Sub Jag Zara Yug Sahasra Jan Parparoli Yortar Himak for Forger to Ragumutrik the Melium my Hejaga Dilongi Galvasharash na Hetur Kam Kashaga Hejarte Shugaman Ukrahatum Rete Ram Duare Tumrakvare Warnar Kiabi Nupasarte Sub Suklahe Tumhare Saran Tumrak Shakahu Kordarna Apante Samharo Betin Huno Karter Kanpe Vorpesashni Karnar Hina Vema Verjavnar Zurne Venas Rokare Sapir Japarnaran Tar Harnuman Bear Sankar Se Harnuman Surdve Mankaram Pachan Janjul Sau Per Ram Tapis Vera Jatin Ke Karsako Tum Sarja or Manu Rajo Polu Surgia Mijo Van for Parve Charan Yuk Partap Tum Hara Har Persia Jagaru Jigarasar Huson Ker Tumrak Wara Sura Karan Ramdu Hare Ashtasiri Navneri Kernata Us Vorden Janke Ramarta Ram Rasayan Tumhara Pasasara Rahura Gupati Kerasa Rumhara Palshan Ram Kupave Jaram Kerlu Pasrav Verant Koragu Ver Pojari Jaram Bari Park Kahari Ordiv Tachina Dairy Yarumat Serki Sorvis Surkori Sankar Kartemi Sapir Jus Mir Hanuma Paber JJ Hanuman Gosahin Kripkar Hukuri Kiernahin Josar Mar Parkarikor Hijorte Barundi Marha Sokor Joria Parte Hanuma Charisakor Yesiri Sarki Koris to see the Sarahare Cheras Korjes Hodas Hodari Mindara Paparne Sankar Haran Mongol Morteru Ramla Kansitarsa Hi Hodari Basa Susor Bu O Maharaga Vojrisini Saparashas Vajahum Pambokinesh Nam Jerandi Varanyamong Namafu Umim Hrimshri Mim Gomim Nam Bhagavati Vatali Vari 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 Umuki Varumuki Adamtini Namarum Tanutini Nama Jambe Jambini Nama Mohe Mohini Nama Stamba Stambini Sarva Dusta Pradusalam Sarvesam Sarva Varik Sirasa Jormukat Siwas Rambanam Kurukuras Kuram Pasyamim Glum Dai Da Umasraya Pahat Swaha Ani mani mane mamane shira shireri shami shabi tasana mukuda mukuda bishabi shabi sobi shabi shai shabi dani rogi bashari nebi taban tara nebi taran rashudai kuram kude yara de shuya shama samai bori bekere shi treda roma sharite sogene kushara basha basha shudai matara shana uru kushara shara shata yara baromana yana taya sara mata koru kimo yare rate nede data shinedi shiari nara tunandi yara lunabi kunabi agene kori kenda disindari madogi chukuru borushani yachi Devi na Devi Ruke taka tana shuratachi Porasani Surubarani Barani Surubatani Shobatani Suyabi Shani Suyina Karani Suyahaya Rasugara Surabasuji Mishkar and I Surbasaru Moshorset Surbisari Shusharaya to Yurashinabi Dai Anya Mane Mamane Sirikarite Samasamita Visanta Mukta Mukta Tamasama Samasa Sayaksina Santa Samita the running Oki Bistripi Sasani, it hidu Amiatani Vista Ventari Parisulu, Kulimukuli Arade Paradi, Sukansi, Sam Bully Burki, the Dam Parixi, Saman Gorsani, Negoni by Visudari Mantromantrisata, Ruta Sly, Xaya, Vartaya, Kula Raman in Taiswa, Svalamahash Kitu Gemoku Gara, but another Vati Tini Vitini, certainly Nativatis were hard, they are not, they were not, Anari nari kunari swaha. Gari 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 kendali kendali matagi bukasi sangkulu berusali sisi swaha. Itimi 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 nimi 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 ru heru 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 restu estu 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 swaha. Adana dana pati dana vatani dana kusala dana serhari serhada pari pari pasyani sabadani abatani sampatani samapariksita samanya ketani dama pariksita sabra sarva skulu lekarte semivi kriti dono varti vartani vartali swaha. Sasikam sahu, sasikam sahu, sasikam sahu, ong hong chong, ong hong chong, gong hong chong, ong tong gong tong gong tong go shlo 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 gong kling so, ong gang ring glong gong gong bisor kung, ong geng gong kring ong hong chom, mong hong chom, ong hung shring haring ara ring ong heru wasor hara ong bam du mong grang ring glong ong pram ring glong ong grang ring glong ong grang ring glong ong grang ring glong ong don ring glong ong grang ring glong ong chong shing shung ong grang ring glong ong chong shing shung hung kring shring heng heng kring eng lam dum song shring song gong so hung shring gong kring gong shring haring ara ra ong yeru wasor boy king so ong geng bong du hung Dani Chinora and Bajadati Vama Shukunara Makshabia Humo Shunara Nesam Bavatra Mira Nora Nasam Tejahara Hum Foku Shishonara Mamosira Kushinora Mahuru Kadali Matagis Baha Bushin and Bushino Namo Bagabatni Samu Rurus Furus Valatis Suru Karasur Botsaranis Baha Shor Kanjis I Boso Blolis Baha Teizishi Bozo some Jamsas Baha Taro Bozu Nama Samada Buharam Kuruna Barbe Tara Tadini Swaha Central Century and Kajisai Bosu Washo Dharma Hi Barto Kajisai Bosu Uman for Baba Humpas Baha Georgia Kajisai Bosu Maha Corona Kargis Baha John Tai Kajisai Bosu Karakori Kortis Baha Ordin Kajisai Bosu Parmestra Malay Walam Kongor Sato Vajra Salva Hanya Bosu Rishi Shuta Vijay Baha Fusion Bosu Shamyas from Monjo Boso Manama Kena Maroko Boso Matres Vahaji Sor Boso Haha Smalis Vaha Kokor Sor Bosu Namro Kasagar Bario Malika Mali Mulis Vaha Nicolo Boso Omni Duties Vaha Kokor Boso Kandrabaris Vaha for Lo Mayo Namas Matafasaram Kanamarosanas Votaya Home Tlarham Kosanze my home Sunban Nison Bahum Shashro Humpat Taikun Dori my home Mantra Humpat Toku my home Srikala Ropa Home comes Vaha Konkor Yasho my home Pashoriak so home eyes and my home Raga Poshro Sri Savasha Sarvasha Home from Ho Kujaku my home Arora Contes Vaha Sol Bogu Genome Kabai Vaha Concoring with Uncle Gono Pashrak Sarasha Homes Vaha Serenshi Doji Omshanas Vaha Chiku Kuturum Torasa Ramadanus Vaha Sorchotan of Verak Exhibitays Vaha Como Kutan of Verapax and Ingripatais Vaha Tomoton of Visrovani is Vaha Benzaited them Sarasvatis Vaha Taiko Kutruma Kari is Vaha Kichi Chutruma Israel Vaha Karitai Mom to Mariaritis Vaha Taikin to Nomri as Vaha Marishita no Marisi is Vaha Teshumuki to Nomri Comes Vaha Oman Bram Brahartnim Serhari Bram Partono per Mararia per Mahe Rania Garbaria der Mahita no Brahma Prachurer Jotor Mukaria per Mahe Hemasuru Daria der Mahita no Brahma Prachurer Omim Cream String Cream Salsa Jack Brahma Brahma Shashanam Pratarma Purusha Vihimaro Posho Vinavaha Guru Brahma Guru Vishnu Guru Shiva Guru Devoma Swara Guru Sakshat Param Brahma Toshmeshri Kurve Namaha Ushak Nep Fertiam Kaibina Horror Ratiafium Kidney Bolsek Kasu to Nazar Kurti Hop Basti Territorio Ram Stafford and Besek, Nemahartan Nemus or two tutor the Betibartu for Ru Carbius, Kerune Keru Kermetian, the Pepsera Keru, Nebarush, Keru, Nebabu, never Tim Sepuarium above. I who you could him, call him the purchase or tap on a picture boo. Troan preum tor siebo siflor redeeming it or vinking normal the monkey session perfect water nori turbani at the mosquito to skur per yard kurto ferlip or teen get a free verting vertrikis within guess circus vertix vir dog der dek botor brand vitro go froti fro vir week or whisker vir siki rear fro so skur for live skur Gerfi Serning Sjering Vingjering means Gerfi you know for the Uran Hiran in Korn and Kus and Kur Oceomi be fling these doors V3 York have give mears to Gun Profurum Fimbutur Stidur Reeds Reg Vir Lier the Gear Hevier meer swogen verfuum fimotus liter heat birg mos pirne volhamer van gorgening on gap meer ook meer o dulmo bori bo best ordin viler we sur mongam belkom meer Slepneer, Allstreet, Street, Noordri, Sultri, Midgård, Sator, Nordfi, Nine, Agfoi, Oro, Nord, Derling, Alcer, Teisker, Faxi, Ringfaxi, Mendi, Perle, Rune, Solor, Vakos, Vins, Bier, Hirki, Bjerki, Sergi, Sirmio, Virfin, Skjol, Harti, Romin, Senior, Vidreiter, Borga, Kemping, Golf, Mosortjetor, Rinnair, Nerti, Lutri, Sultri, Olstri, Bistri, Etio, Vorli, Nord, Nerting, Dein, Bietor, Bol, voor de Bombord, Noord, Orio, Noord, Oen, Morvid, Ner, Vigando, Wind Torin, Fili, California, Valley, Torin, Tech, Weer, Ner, Raka, Razvin, Trotner, Torsvai, Hoor, Hoogstoy, Heerlijf, Kroon, Tori, Ori, Dorf, on variety ville hoorsier voor leer lover schier per scarfi rai horfing jerkin skerti fufrus die kind in noor juist er is hier weer vertend is goed brita briklik neer him bior wala skerf hier skerf Germal jarfrei barring vin bling gras en was with was ik werd woning wens wel was arasi roting frig lord key Avinaria Pana Yanvis no the Maria Mana Samaria Visariama Garsnan Boradarian Vis Pararia Tararia Samsara Sagara Tarti Viaruni Karande Pari Mala Pari Borskarande Sri Parti Parar Verde Baba Baria Cherde Varde Sariapi Perapagarbe Nasatava Hamna Mamakinas mam samudro hitarangka kavar karna samudro natarangka utara narka nagavira nujana nujakula mitra terste bavarti him bavarti raskar varti ravataravarta sarta vasor dalm paramesvara paripario bavarta pavavabito abdomodara guramandera Sundravara Virnda Govinda Vajalavarti Matar Mandara Paramam Dharmana Panayat Vamenariana Karuna Maria Sarana Nam Karvanita Varku Korononi Kisat Paris Marie Vara Sarojer Saravasatu Viti Srimar Paraham Sapara Prajakara Siar Sri Govinda Bargavar Purja Parasi Siar Siar Srimachakara Bhagavarta Kortosar Parisutram Sampurnam. Kuberodana Srida Raja Rojodana Svaradana Agni Priya Harmadana Dayodanika Priya Daxinio Dami Vrata Dayarato Dada Varta Divyalaksara Sampano Dana Raja Sarka Danya Lashmi Samakraju Danya Lashmi Virajita Dayarupo Darapuri Dharma Samnasano Saraka Hisvaro Nera Labo Nere Nam Paripalagani Yanta Naguna Karani Skamone Rupa Ravana Vanarka Samaraju Navasanga Pravartaka Manski Rati Samaha Kora Karan Virta Yarsning Yajana Sarta Yajana Burjana Saraka Raja Kandro Ramarati Soranjargo Raja Burjija Vishira Vasata Vesaria Visaka Maramanasa Vijayobi Malu Vanyu Bandulu Jara Basala Verupa Japreya Dharmo Veragi Visvarum Muka Sobravialto Sarnanda Sarvasakti Samaveta Samantana Atas Orimi Sarva Parneraka Subritu Sulava Sumo Sarvekara Donhara Samagana Priya Saksara Veba Vasri Verajita Swahana Sampritu Akilana Pravartaka Vyorkana Samprita Amtosvaratana Priya Kampramavasi Ahankan Vivarjerata ang udal biad der dharma vera bavo nebera harna kinora suvisravana kaka pravartaka salasva samriyuta veyato malavigraha lukarajo loko palu lukorvanu sulaisana sulaba surbaka surdu sankara dandara priya santa Surdar Guru Petrus Vartus Surangarangar Hasar Vaikar Marchno Sumati Sorbete Varangar Gareka Sakara Satara Rasremam Paramanjurti Parpara Savadi Kurabana Saranyo Dena Vasala Parubarkari Pagna Tanun Diana Sandviva Daranta Sarva Guru Beta Surendra Samveva Visvyarto Veda Babia Maratata Xiarta Pratakala Partheso Trapsu Serbul Vedenete Nete Napranuti Purusha Sridam Devendra Sanibham Iti Sri Kuberastotram Om Yakshari Yakuberaya Vishravanaya Danatanya Dipataria Danatanya Samri Der Merde Hitapari Svaha Om Shrim Hrim Krim Shrim Krim Veshvaraya Namaha Om Hrim Shrim Krim Shrim Kumbaraya Shalashmi Mama Grihe Daram Paraya Paraya Namaha Om Hrim Shrim Lakshmi Hrim Saha Swaha Om Shrim Achaya Kubaraya Vishravarya Dana Karshanarya Sarvaloka Vasikararya Danadanyari Patarya Danadanya Samrudya Merder Hitaparya Swaha Om Hrim Shrim Kumbaraya Tamahom Acharya Rajarya Vermahaya Kitasarya Derva Hitana Kubarya Prachodayat Sikia Kampaziana Kampazi Ringerkia Kampazi Ringerana Kampa Siku Gigi Makam Prazikia Kampaziana Kampa Sikia Kampaziana Kampazi Ringerkia Kampazi Ringerana Kampa Agaku Mashkarisana Sikia Kampaziana Kampa Zikia Kampaziana Kampazi Ringerkia Kampazi Ringerana Kampa Lugalab the War Acne Ball Zikia Kampaziana Kampa Om Namo Hum Trat Pararan Sumbarum Gama Kethem Traya Sorbanyarko Sami Samantha Brahma Saraswati Shara Rupa Shiva Vishnu Bearavato Gadambi Om Sumbani Sumba Hum Vajra Hum Vat Om Shrim Him Krim Om Konapataya Varavara Sarvaja Charme Vasharnari Swaha Tatposhori Shari Everbahe Vakrundari Hati Ramahita Rotadi Prashudaya Rom Shati 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 Om Kanahari Yaksayarama Om Kam Kapata Yarama Om Lambroda Rayarama Om Hring Kring Kring Gom Karantari Arde Dharma Hivakradudari Adi Mahitano Dandi Prachudayat Om Shring Hring Kring Dum Jwala Jwala Sholili Ashaya Jamania Sarva Shatrum Samara Samaraksha Malobam Kuru Kuru Dushugraham Humpatsva Orunam Kurunam Tenang Gitar Shimdu Tapushan Kusha Pushpa Para Chapama Adi Pira Brutama Karaham Ediarva Vibhavarya Bhavarim Shri Mara Shri Maharani Shri Marasina Swani Chitani Guna Sambuddhi Devakori Samudhi Urya Bur Sahasrara Charubaru Samavita Raga Shararupa Pashaya Kurura Kurukusho Shvala Rupa Shokura Pachatan Matra Sayaka Nisharuna Prabhapura Maja Brahmarda Mandala Champaka Shoka Purlago Sora Dikalaska Kurupinga Manishanin Kanakutera Mandita Shtami Sunravi Rajata Kisara Shubita Muka Trunkalunka Pramuru Katarabi Vishaka Varanas Madamankali Gruhatana Chili Kubarakshmi Parivar Chalamina Palo Charanava Chapaka Pushpa Parasa Data Virajit Kadita Skarina Sabarana Basura Kanaba Mandala Club Trekana Porno Port Tatanka Yukali Buddha Dupa Mandala Palmalaga Shila Dasha Paripavi couple of Buddha room of motion Korea Chara Vinogama Society Petrokamashi Pamela Rasi Prati Chanda Sri Petroka Dapata Bisham Swaha Saki Parkilakam Sri Petroka Priya Tamjap Many Ugare Sarina Kasia Papanamara Sarnahar Sarasi Prati Chanda Sadama Muki Sri Petroka Dapati Yamariti Obishari Yadama Guri Swaha Sakari Yadama Purio Pakari Yarnam Oveni Uga Yartama Samagiti Saria Sakom Gusipiam Namara in Shari Piam Namara Mari Piam Namari Anamika Piam Namaha Karin Kanistia Piam Namaha Konkarala Kara Prasapiam Nani Namaha Idikarani Yasikromata Yer Namarim Supasarasus Vam Sikai Pasaram Kabaka Yumim 3 Pasar Komas Repetiti Selangini books Rumel Titik Baran Day and Jepka Mahadevi at Skies for the Pini Dipajin Dipide Barasum Shuming Pump Yabiga Ganam some homing almost me a big pijam if I make a human Koreapriamnian Agamiki am the Sham Vamam that Miki am from an Iberium Yar Madami some support Miki Suvokara Pujam Sumar Pamicho Pamalamantor Mama Maria so very much for the Pinica the British Linus Sasmani City the Papa Guru Mantrom Sita Guru Presido Lima Sri Petegramantrom Kromimam Turkey Rimehi Avasaya Serim Dum Yam Rimum Fatswa Sarangani Skromada Yatnamaha Rim Sipas Rasvam Sekai Pasram Kabaka Yumnim Tray Kromos Rayapati Sanginis books Romir Divi Muganium Di Petrima David Scali Fubi for the Pini Diparte Divide Parasunchami Pangapuja Amti Yamiki Ganam Sama Pomenka Samiki Epush Pabjami Paramika to Mamukarapiani mam ayamiki tipan shami pamantar miki am tram nebiar yam nisam so miki subakara pajam samar pami yatigi of three compras makarapam chapam serir vatu medevi prasada mai stretch pamatala marmantram vale mamala savara rama priti de supaba pavam sabum kurushi me patro yasom viariam kadehi mamum prim sidya namha ingen is so grenog no so koras are about al jorta kusurti o marak sky nu to meo af martelski papina im jis pipi kolo he garken diar meki go merdi monko he dale verdi vivo bord ver dir jok pon spiritual fira pos mors of mon ek mon jortni olo borna fors for bom mek for der view New Mike Haimani ori bibi merge me rampier mod nermen ors vos sordo bors ju mer big bi vosses under nes volor or near vos fans arriva ne open min got was genun ga in cross virgi bors mears sneer biers boom of your view Beres mi bugo me rems corpus or skern surdana solos terna vos kron Lorki solvor sornin sini mana hendi orgi hom min jorbos or nebisi avor sorli arti merni nebisi havar minken arti storsnor nebisi avor strati getting kunjun kuel or school or kinen kopam pat katuks nor komni jeng benokmu mokopo morkin ratu op ni jantang kartona kaptan kroma turjo edo tatsela berri Bersimer form wortom from blue flow blue omsme blue där wo markan gets go torgo bu teftu torni ter tirvo kru vor blame better gins van torgori zones pre vor more borsa marshor more short jotunheim kinjin within quill rutstol getting on kop och bad gatuks Perskerti vorgo trotoski cho brems probli och brems lichum Pas vos morsosjer malcher voorbring vorgo oro en durin en oorbein met likken morgon korbu verkoor ijor bru serm dorin zag bi honk wo vel gorir bu viking ganjur es bo serdir mels vir orhorgi berter brusmur ko blongo have in origin look Berandam lim jepren was friend wat jorlung je boys prep der win marlin embrace mer orka trera berter tok moga chera pera bixol niste tetur internet ton bregeta roningen en der darum alle voor den twin dwers en dwin door ser wig war voor regen ornos ser reiter ser fear to feel actually more like comfort. Alle voor een twin dwars en duwen doors or big war voor regen wono sig reiter ser fear to feel actually more like was way or square la race or week on week what where prayer or wait Rosia Ros Corim sin difficilio trusto quorum pernis nesi per tos cores virti vian in desolatulis ipse cornien dominis pensar vis estir narvis coris non difficilius sed impossibly vast investigarte dominitos omnipotens exergen et dominos Damine Deo min corius marno omnis victoria constitet domne bellum contritor percupus me visio virlum Femins tom golpes rolo terbo tetos magnificentis. Arverin marcum hel arverin cum hel arverin mach cum sexum inversum mantum oparum daina tabulum conatum draconis dracornis nidrin morum dolo ver de manca scertena scertormoko schermok sama ozora sama oza neon trokut was betvod den ve Osicum scialarim usciti cunu osimo scitum calatum cutum tum osiparitum cabritum namritum asashuka shaptu Ukashaparni alini tuma biorani ali yau istari yao sisu ali ali ameria amru sanaku indikula salalu mushau ara me tardalu piau burdi piau brusu me mastiti amartu elilinu buzir tutu zirpiti zardi maiwani raburti shimarda babi dini dina hotlinda bush salanka shati yau kashapi shabishi yau mushtabishi ismasarati sharmushi lipshururik shishalmuti vishaluzalu vishanushalu daptushaiwu amartni murtiria Kimasarvuri tartukshai pushushishi kimaitartili sharmiki ushusha purturu epeshtusha zuluku kalamatusha malasari nazki tu yalani mushito. Salmania napakrita kida dupira samaria napakrita xera dupira samaria iti pagritus dia dupira samaria ni isti pagritus dia dupira samaria kibax pagritu tap kira dupira samaria na kukulati tap kira dupira samaria na egari tap jahat dupira samaria haina asku parti tusnia la dupira samaria ira bishat wari taksat bir samhari ana gesport ab gera du bir sinigurni ingian and compa sidigurni at a capacity gerded lul the capacity gerded lul like capacity gerded lul kukoran capacity gerding kukoran capacity sitting gerded nashori ma capacity gerded dashori capacity gerded Dula saka kapa sidi gerded dula saka capacity gerded dula kaka gerded Portila capacity get a beshara capacity get a bershara capacity get a marati getting luck again compositing yan amarding getting lage compositing get sisi gishma sagba tari taran boler makampa singer borbola karek morning carry and nega compositing getting any door gardening get andorna yarn songuring gata garden and kampa Ziningarana compositing a compositing a rookie compositing an elbow compositing garishta compositing garishamashu blue compositing and a gorkapa sinigamadu compositing and any bador compositing get a gig compositing get on a compositing get in the corkoraki compositing getting the and compa sitting in any bibula shot a compositing get an in corkoragi sheep in parate kapa sidigeradura diger kala nege kapa kabu Utug sulala sur gerdim sul mula sur tinger sul maskim zul siara kapasi kia kapasi ringen al kor karagi kapasi ringen in ultin kor karagi kapasi ringen in bibila sharage kapa siringen in kor karagi kapasi dinger adura diger kalede de kapa sidiger adara kapasi diger kia kapa baba rara temara la papa papa rara tege gerderne Zagara Sagbi Monat and Amtashakarazi Murat has Tugsul Gurbi Monat Alazur Garbi Muranat and Kitimzul Garbi Murat Garazur Garbi Muanat and Gerzur Gerbi Murat and Mararbi and Net has Biar Bar the Biaresh Kasharti Arti Marduka Shartu Shartori Utar and me. Brahma morari soracita lingum nerva mala parstisa sobita lingum jan maja duka vina sarka vina sara lingum taprana mami sara siva lingum deva muni pravarshita lingum kamara hara karun kara lingam ravana dapa vina sara lingum Tapranamami sarasiva lingum sarva sugarna sulapita lingum buri viparana karana lingum sira sora vardita lingum tapranamami sarasiva lingum kanankara mahamane borsita lingum Pane pare verita surpita lingum daksa yorda charna virasana lingum tapranamami sarasiva lingum kuma charndana lepira lingum Pankajar Kara Sorbita Lingum Samchita Papavira Sara Lingum Ta Pranamami Sara Siva Lingum Deva Gara Chera Savarita Lingum Bhavara Bhakta Pyareva Char Lingum Dina Kari Kuri Prabhakara Lingum Ta Pranamami Sara Siva Lingum Mastada Lopari Sara Stira Lingum Sarva Sambara Bhava Karana Lingum Astadari Dravina Sana Lingum Ta Pranamami Sara Siva Lingum Sora Guru Sora Vara Pujita Lingum Soravana Porspa Sarachita Lingum Param Paramarkam Lingum Tapramamami Sarasiva Lingum Lingastakar Mirum Porniam Sia Partasirva Sarito Siva Lokamarnoti Servera Saha Mortate Nataraja Narta Nasundara Sanataraja Jai Shiva Shankara Nataraja Kandama Karnanam Priyam Sidambaraya Viharirnam Manabahum Bagum Vitesvarilum Balalano Surukam Sarambaka Makandarnam Sarambu Vahini Daram Horambu Jaga Gurum Sirambaram Vivavarye Samasta Bhakta Pursanasvaha Stavadakan Karanam Prasata Serti Vibhavam Nerasar Jarjana Param Kanasta Murti Saranam Seraserata Kandram Maranam Harambar Burje Jagagoram Sirambaram Vibhavarye Jarakirti Tamandiram Nira Lord Kanam Viram Parakorta Sarikara Parera Pankapelnam Narungo Purva Bharavinam Prasara Pasadarinam Haramboshe Jaga Gurum Sirambanam Vibhavariye Kuranga Sava Sorbitum Seram Gajanas Nar Seram Porangana Virardam Varangara Gara Jeratam Karangara Tara Sargam Toranga Mikara Gamamam Haramboshe Jaga Gurum Sirambaram Vibhavariye Amara Bariya Marjanam Sumana Hasasar Murukam Sumanda Marandar Kemani Garindra Karyakardalvam Samanda Mandaya Lurta Mamara Yarta Marmanarnu Harambuje Jagagonum Siram Baram Vibavarye Karindra Karamavasarsam Garindra Kapararnirnam Surendra Murkyar Purchirtam Kagendra Vahana Priyam Ahendra Bursonorjavalam Nagendra Javala Saranam Harambuje Jagargorum Sirambaram Vibavarye Malapararar Nertarte Saravela Sakarinam Balarisa Prabhacharanam Lalama Rupalokaram Masapanendra Harinam Shabashisula Darinam Harambuje Jagagorum Sirambaram Vibavarye Sasanka Banu Vihotura Virajita Trilukarnam Visalavarksasam Sudagana Horanda Manitam Regambara Lola Sarva Paratam Dararatar Virtam Harambuje Jagagorum Sirambaram Vibavarye Sarantaranga Sajaro Gapa Pasa Sarangana Sane Marandar Yurka Dorajana Liser Sane Svika Sana Sirambarakya Sakoru Svarupa Mertia Putale Sarasivo Perajarte Saramura Vito Hara Serambarakya Sakoru Rirdam Saravila Senam Muram Likari Yesakor Saro Parvana Mastarkam Sara Vaser Tara Laria Hari Priya Tara Nana Vida Priya Kaniskala Jagat Guru Ranuga Hari Tisri Sambara Pankaksara Ma Sutram Om Sharavana Bhavaryar Namaha Om Tat Porshari Vidmahe Mahasanarya Dermahitanuskanna Prachudayat Om Skandarya Karikya Parvarti Priyanan Subaram Yayarte Namaha Agasyu Vaka Namostu Barandarvangia Pararavindarya Surhakaraya Saranaya Mita Vikramarya Gari Harananda Samurbhava Namostu Tubhyam Pranatatre Hantrakatra Samastasya Monoratharam Tatarataram Paratarakasya Hatre Prakanta Saratarakasya Amotamortarya Sahasramotarya Gornarya Garnarya Parapararya Haparha Paraparya Namostu Tubhyam Sikivahanaya Namostu Orte Brahmaverdam Vararya Digambarambaraya Basasaram Sirtarya Haranvaranarya Haranyabarvarya Namo Haranyarya Haranya Rataser Tapasvaruparya Tapodararya Tapavanalam Pratiparkarya Sarakumaraya Himaramarine Trinikartasvaraya Viragene Namo Namostu Turbhyam Sarajaramarne Vibhu Prabhata Surya Runa Tampatarye Katarye Balaria Kabala Parara Kramaryaria Sanmotrarya Yalamana Torarya Mirusta Moryama Tamor Deorse Tamo Namo Gananam Patarye Ganaria Namosturte Janmaja Ratikarya Namo Visakarya Susati Panarye Sarvasya Natasya Kumarkarya Karunkararya Tarakamararkarya Severaria Ganangelia Kakarikeya Serveria Tubiam Satatam Nomostorti Sri Skarnde Mahapuararne Kasikarnde Pankas Vimasarti Tamudarye Sri Katikeya Starakam Skanu Vaka Yogisvaro Mahesvara Karikeyo Giradarna Skanda Kumarara Saraner Svarmi Sankara Sambhava Gangeya Stamaru Kuraskar Brahmakari Serikir Devarta Tarakari Rumaporta Kankarisa Sarnara Sabalmar Samara Sarka Sertha Sarvasarto Kuhasana Kumaro Bhargavan Burga Moka Sapala Prarta Sararjarma Ganadisa Porvajaru Murti Margar Sarva Karma Pranerta Kavarchitartar Prarasarna Astavima Saramarni Mariari Tiyapathe Prariyorse Surararya Yuto Mukovaka Spari Barbe Mama Mantra Mariarnirti Mama Nama Norgurner Kernar Mahaprajanama Vab Norti Nata Karya Vikarana Iti Sri Rudra Yamale Prajna Vivarnarayariyam Sri Markarkeya Stotram Narada Uvarsha Pranamarya Serasya Devam Gariputram Vinayarkam Bhattavarsiyam Smarntiyarmarskam Maratastarye Partamam Vakartartam Chaikarantaram Viryakam Tridiyam Krishnapengaksharam Gajavalatram Katortarkam Lambuladaram Pancharmam Chasastam Vikatarmeva Chasatarmam Vignatarjarnam Chadarmarvararnam Tatastarmam Navarmam Balakchandram Chadasarmam Tuvinayarkam Ekarasam Ganapartim Devarasam Turkajararam Davarastar Ninarmarni Trisardaryam Yarpatinara Nacha Vernabriam Tarsya Sorvardi Sikaram Param Vidyarti Labarte Viryam Darnate Labarte Darnam Porarti Labate Putran Moksarti Labhate Gartim Chapergana Partistutram Sanbiarama Servalam Labet Samvatar Serna Servim Chalabarte Natra Samsarya Asarvio Brahmar Nervias Chalui Kirvaya Samarparya Tarsya Vidyarma Vetsar Vagenesasiyar Prasardatai iti Srinara Roparlarne Sagastasnar Narmahagarnesta Stotram Alvetar Vastar Marvirta Pranar Jarnarnam Samparanarya Darparana mahasim harupam pralaposana ratam prantarikarnar saryam devana muda kalmapinarvami korpasamudram natajana varkana tarprakasalasyar Delgiamna snisnuruiviar burvetrasiaria stampar normi nam maharvisnum vaxovidaranam yaska krehoram tomohartum satrorar karunar dim naraha rivapusam narmami tam visurnum Reborhordiastirta rajarkasurna mevasorm serna Karaja Rarteas Tom Varne Pralabda Porvabargiarnis Yarmaham Pralardam Pranamarjana Parkerte Karvadini Visardoriarne Pralapradardarm Sidram Kurute Namami Astarmaham Saradinku Daravalam Karajapar Vidaretar Soradisam Karanam Bujaratakiam Tarasarivaratam Prakorvandar Merde Murkeno Rudro Varpusar Kasormia Sankan Kantar Taram Prakartika Rusi Variasia Kortar Variortar Merterkiar Prasidiar Yar Samyar Burti Tisringeri Jagad Guru Sri Chetarnas Ters Baver Navorsim har barati svarmi vivirasirtam srinyarsima satartum. Om Hayagri Varyatnam Homam Visnar Vyatnam Hom Kesavaryanam Hom Marusdaryanam Hom Govindaryanam Barakasaryanam Hom Visnar Venam Visambaryanam Hom Hararyanam Marigayarnam Hom Sumparigisaryanam Hom Sarvadaryanam Hom Santanaryanam Hom Neradaryanam Nerakaryanam Hom Neresaryanam Om Neruparavayanam Hom Nerajarayanam Niskankaryanam Nisparyanam Nemaryanam Siramarigayarnam Hom Saksinenam Hom Saranyayanam Sarvadikaraya Namom Sarimata Namahom Srikati Sarya Namom Sivarya Namom Sarvasarabradarya Namom Varavarate Nama Om Varavararya Namom Varavajaya Namom Paratararya Namom Parnarya Namom Pariyertale Namom Punyayar Namom Punyagatariya Namahom Parapararya Namom Parabane Namaha Parasmat Namaha Om Parasar Namahom Parasarya Namom Pararya Namom Sarvadamakariya Namom Pariser Namom Paravarika Prakarya Namaha Om Sakalo Parisverya Yartam Om Niskalaria Namom Sarveskarate Namahum Vaskalamana Mutra Yukta Sararia Nama Om Parapararia Namom Parar Parusaria Namom Srasaria Namom Sarania Yartamom Parasmavararia Namom Santaria Namom Tataria Namom Chitukuraria Namom Chitamatraya Tamaha Om Jaga Maria Yartamom Jamararia Namom Jivaria Namom Jadaya Namom Jada Sanaya Namom Japapriya Yartamom Japasuria Yartamom Om Japakarte Namom Juarkarte Namom Vibhaver Namom Vibhaya Namom Visruparya Namom Visrugukte Namom Perustaria Namom Peruspanam Srutyaya Namom Om Santitarya Namom Santikararia Namom Sraya Pradaria Namom Sruti Maria Namom Sraya Sarampataria Namom Visvararia Namom Om Asarjararia Namom Anataruparia Namom Prandaria Namom Pare Prataria Namom Vekaria Namom Varkyupara Namom Om Sarvasasana Namom Tamahararia Namom Arjana Saraya Namom Arjananina Namah Om Purnar Kandra Samprabarya Namah Om Janandarya Namah Paryapadarya Namah Yoginena Namah Yogisarya Namah Sarvay Kabadarya Namah Yogine Namah Om Amarine Namah Manasarya Namah Srisam Namah Masarya Namah Pramahasarya Namah Viskopta Namah Viraja Namah Om Suraratani Kanasasarya Namah Jaramaralam Yutarya Namah Mare Manadarya Namah Om Sabraki Svararia Namo Prani Pargita Ruparya Namo Baraharkara Markarte Nama Niti Sri Hayagriva Yasutara Santa Nama Vali Om Manaraya Namo Marsarya Namo Arigadaya Namo Mukamvikararia Namo Merikararia Namo Manesataria Namo Aravanaria Namo Viragora Pariya Namo Vishnu Piyaya Namo Parastriyaya Namo Om Vitamararia Namo Visnudaraya Namo Sasaria Namo Srusaria Namo Saparamanditaria Namo Marakaprudaraine Namo Om Mamita Karadiana Makaravas Panayana Momaras Yayana Momavakuru Pariana Movala Yayana Mopasukariana Movarapari Kariana Movakaradiana Momsotani Yanama Fasura Yariana Movarapasitariana Movarapasindari Nemo Vati Kamanani Yanama Tamoru Pariana Mohom Davikarayana Darayana Mom Casaparamajayana Mom Kawaru Pariana Mom Yugada Parayana Darariana Monga Simfantariana Mundam Gantarayana Monkiswabriana Mokisombarariana Humsakabarariana Momsakapariana Umsambupriana Musarasariana Mahum Prakasarasa Nama Paprasariana Pramadariana Moprakandariana Moprakandariana Umbativasayana Modabriskariana Morisarsa Nama Veranariana Mombare Visarariana Modaskariana Mulukatisariana Mosimariana Mopadavijayana Umpanariana Umpunyayana Mompanyakatariana Mopresariana Parikariana Moniskalariana Moprapadariana Momkorikariana Sarsariana Momsatariana Tatariana Mandita Teraniana Mahom Savupijayana Mosavekariana Munisiana Umnianjanariana Movetariana Mosarayana Mosavrekariana Mujanichayana Movitariana Movectorupariana Tamarariana Mugi Farariana Karaniana Mubalariana Bramkarina Mam Sakarana Karariana Moha Jito Kurhariana Jivariana Jadayana Mujavapriana Musukopariana Mupirusariana Moperasuntiayana Shale Pradariana Pradariana Misnum Pariana Mukutariana Mukutarariana Muravasariana Maurakusariana Umbishangariana Moya Rupariana Musulishopayana Mosakalu Pariana Mukarapusum Potariana Mavi Picariana Mosisuvaria Gariana Mompari Ravi Busariana Momna Kendrayana It is Srinagar Vatas Stotar Santana Mavali Neshir Gros Terros Kulos Mihi Forsendok Nos Guru Bernalsson Ser Duljar Garden Morsur Or Sernshur Archer Ser Kride Jer Ser Telling Labra Sermesentro Gurtir Surorstjärn emonteeren myksen spjorde nervian tirtierne formatierte terne formantier sjul turdabre vel tursmiertierte krite tu antuira katuorin anteatir man marksan spjordat Neurunean tusen gun roderda min running gumbiana chirtek Det är mosul ser benachier de mosul nachi berachier mese mo nabure se berachier de mo nabure mi de narnsa dora sai lor ser chu achur le fer me eream harich stare abu neuri econeus neuri colchier se neur die bergen ser sur hjernen gir desir ser desir number namasa sur fyr jadasar morbil massa sur manater ber jers bure jers forkordir fyr gus fyr tjeda fyr erani aser derni kjör desir krurek ver naturlig krurnek merkus norbianeo men sjulen klur den gusen vjulen tjule tjur de misse domol satan den deran makrogosan spjordan nörnera barbiernar norerta tjorde Lars Narsjord meser gosor garstjorden bernislium fyren gos mor bifjuro der birti argi fyra narkro der gos fjorde nar Snarcher Vernorm Sierra Gusur Garslirne Bernislium Fer Karachika Lindi Tatar Viperna Sangita Karavo Muta Perinari Vardarna Kamalas Vadar Marlur Paramasarmu Brahmara Partikana Sarchita Baruga Jaganas Varminaina Patekama Vartume Vulchesar Deverum Serasisi Kiberncharum Katita Tedukulam Netrante Sahachakarata Sarum Viradarte Sada Srimata Varta Valnasartila Parichario Jagnas Vamina Patragami Vaturme Mahabordesterte caracarte nilasicarte vasantrasarantarasa harja palabadrena balerina subadra mariastar sakala suorda servasarardo jagnasvani naira patarkama mi bavartume corpo pravaras jalla jalarda surrena ruci roram vareram sforata malla pancorum morca sorgendrai radar tias rutikarna serika gerta carito jagna swami naina patikami bavartume ratoru droga chan parti miri tabu ter barbatalla stuti prator barvam pratiparam pakaran yasarar yatasindur partuk sakala jagarta sirustar yatagan swami naina patikami bavartume prapartirtar kuvalar yadalu pulpalan yo nivarsi niladro nirta cara nuranta sarasira sarandro rarar sarasa vapor lingkar nasar pujaganat swami naina patikami bavartu menar vera shira jamna chakraka marnikya vibar varnar yarcher ramlam yam nikilan janakam yam varavar Tum sarakale kale pramasar parti na gita carito jagana swami nayana patikami vavatume ratvam samsaram drutaram brahmasaram surparte haram dvam parparanam vitamaparam yarava parte ahulundina nasalam nihita charan no nishita mertam jagana swami nayana patikami vavatume Jagannath Stakam Purniam Yapater Prayarta Susya Sorvar Papi Surdartma Visnulur Kam Sargacharti Iti Srimad Sankarat Yar Vira Chertam Jagannath Stakam Sampurnam. Jing xin xin chào thầy sinh thầy sinh yên bản vụ tiếng của sư phụ minh bộ minh hồi sinh rồi hồi minh dân dân sinh đàn ninh sinh hôn nhung chú cô hú son kinh chỉ chiếu rú lì linh chính khổ sầu sầu đàn rú cô sinh tu hỏi chú phiền sẽ sinh chính linh đông minh dòng sinh lúa kiên chỉ sinh kiều dễ huế sinh hồ bên kỳ sinh nhân dân dân sinh đàn nhân令我同神西贤的蓝野楼地长空气接入里临近贤主灵宝，天主南为先进的西红波熊熊，民工龙白虎的兴奋元素火。原我是为我先去接入里临安住的神学原是安神不过万灵有多，神官多的是灵有些有些。不来往行，或行程度，你会经营个而风会被说当听听，上有民俗节行就可以。但多有人行李现金店的新酒店的有人基本行动上不上就红来太用，把范围线些我是人领不方面，不过是但干多在那东港太用。Jean Yu Fu Xie, Do Ren Xia Guai Wan Han Jing Shan Shen Zhu, Yuan Qi Yu Wen Qi Xiong Yi Ban Hui Bing Yan Nan, Han Jing Yu Wei Bai Hei Xi Wen Mo Wen Xiu Xu Xie Wei Wo Xun Zhong Hui Xiu Shan Do Qi Zhong, Kuren Xi Ji Ru Li Ling Jing Guang, Xin Shu Dian Li Zhong Zhong, Wan Yi Ben Guan Gong, 学完些任务上通常些内为我都都用富有的工学服务线，是不限定是不稳不好，两地用有关新就是一般，现有银行。像这些为我的是为完全处理系来定为有生等，让为往行没有比例人行人民。同会有些无可听听经人生节，服务现人之记录里领胸上显著都有新书人家现状。 João Ru Lur Shun Jin Kun Di Gan Jin Ling Ji Par Jian Bei Lin Yuan Ling Chen Guan Go Jing Da Jiu Dan Ji Ji Ru Li Ling Yuan Yun Ju Yuan Jian Dai Ju Ho Ji Shi Ju Jia 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 Ro Ho Xun Hu Fu Wu Fang Pei Hui Yi Zhong Ji Ju Din Jin Huang Ren An Bai Nei Shu Yi Yan Dong Zhong 西树林夫人西种种，人运动夫有小吉有，明明给我今天能给时间，人老你给夫有名将有来有牺牲人路。Nam mô He La Ra Na Do La Ye Ya Nam Wa Li Ye Po Lu Jardi So Bo La Ye Bo Thi Sa Do Po Ye Mo He Sa Do Po Ye Mo He Ja Lor Ni Ja Ye Hong Sa Po La Pa Yi Su Da Lor Da Je Nam Mo Ji Jer Li Do Yi Meng Ga Li Ye Po Lo Jer Di Si Fo La Ling Do Po Nam Lu La Jen Chi Ji Li Mo He Po Do Sha Me So Po A Ta Do Shu Pe Ga Si Yun Sa Po Sa Do Namo Po Sa Do Namo Po Ke Mo Pa Ta Do Da Ji Da Onga polo giro jardi jarbodi gili mohe pordi sabu saposa mo po po mo la mo shi li do yun julu jeming dulu fa she yardi mohe fa she yardi to lalo tala di ni shi po la ye je la je la mo mo fa mo la mordi ri shi na ha la shen fo la she li fa sha pa shen fo la she ya hulu mo la hulu jili shu la jili shulu puti ye pour ye midi li ye lo la genci li se ni na po ye mona so po he ji to ye so po he mo he ji to ye so po he ji to you yi shi po la ye so po he lo la genci so po he mo la lo la so po he ji la sing amuke ye so po he so po mo he a ji to ye so po he je la a ji to yeso po he bo to mo jeti jo yeso po he lo la jinchi po ke la yeso po he mo poli shingje la yeso po he na mo he la do la ye na mo wa li ye po lo je li so po la yeso po he hong chi shan do man do la ba to yeso po he Bore bolo mito shen jing gunji jaku sha jing shen bore bolo mi ardo shi xiao shen wu yurn je kong do yi ke ko xie li ji shi bo yi kong kong bu yi shi kong kong xie xiu shi yi fu ru xie li ji shi fu fa kong xiang bu sheng bu me bu ko bu sheng bu sheng 不嫌弃狗公用，无些无手用心系无言而必写心意，无些心上为出发无言在内心，无意识在无名亦无名间，内心无聊息，亦无聊息，真无故意没道理。Jiu yi vore yi vusho de gu porti sardo yi bore bolor mi du go jen wu guai wu hai gu wu yu kong bu yon li ran do ming jong jo jing ner pen shan chi jo wu yi bore bolor mi do go de do lor han meo san porti gurji bore bolo mi ardo Shida Shen Jo Shi Ardaming Jo Shi Wu 上周西无顶顶数能注意给故见习修波修古修波来波罗蜜多修西修yo yo jerry jerdy bolo jerdy bolo seng jerdy portista puhe nan mo foto yer nan mo damo yer nan mo sinke yer nan mo kunji zabu sa mo he sa jora bai jinje daja to anjor to ger la fadi gen do morni mo hen bor der mi lu 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 de se ja jo la gerli sha ye hong ba sha he na armo tarmo gen do morni shola hongan balar to Bonan mi hong namo san man do motor nan Ola de dosher sholonan dashi toan ke keji hong hong ruwala bola ruwalo baro la la dishe cha jishi lisho poja sanji ja shi lishi sho wahe namo fo to ye namo damo ya namo senke ye Anji di hulu hulu lu jidulu jilibo ajidali bululi showahe anamo pagewa diabala nidaha yuliana surini shijirna dejolaja yadatar gerda yala herdi sanyo sanbordarie Darni yatahan salipakang si galibali shuradala madikegana sang mawur gerdi shabawa bishori mahenarye bali wali shohe namo bokevari pisha sher julu jelo bilo bola pohela sheyer datoye jer doye ala herdi samyo sambo Yadagirto Hong Pishashi San Mojer Di Shohe Hong Mani Bai Me Hong Magani Yanar Chiar Jordan Barta Jatajerna Werda Lige Sahor Wartar Burli Jita Gena Bulana Burli Diorter Banamula Malurgi Sholaya Soperli Polly Poldiku, Cure Hair Dear to Lorni and Dearni, Hela di Virlini di Mohedi Kerdi, Genling Carndir, da Moe Mildo, Poyado to Kerdo Yertordi, Yato Emilido, Poli Emilito Gitan Pope Emilito Pija. Leandi Emilialdo Piergerando Kernirni Kekaniaura Gerdo Jarli Sopo Henamo Fotor Namo Damo Nana Morse Kernamo Sherli Moherti Pier Danier to Borli Forlol no Gerli San Mantur Dal Sherni Moher Pihello Kerdi San Mantur Jolbo Lidi fulino lalino da mordi mohepi gorbiri mohemir lerdi lobo sen kierdi girdi girsen kejiti sen manto atono polorni Jordan yin yor relation pu guardian shun leor yo wo tong chong chun shi yo shon chun mio shi men dien di yo we itian di yo bing shing or wan wu yo wo we yi fulo shojia shin yo ma hum ching chi shin yi shi vi chen chen yen nang la fu yi shi vi shan yan hing li jing 新主要名无奈。Ate heye ya yogi chimani tomo koko miki somo poko wa. Ate heye ya yogi chimani tomo miki somo poko wa. Aoki wa nixista mixtar ki heyo harna heyo. He yo hara he yo te ya to rabi ai gina he yo te ya to rabi ai gina he yo te ya to hatar di won gina hi ni yo te yar to hatar di won gina hi ni yo ya hi yu ni va hu hi yu ni va hi yu ni va hu ya hi hu ni ar ni na he ner na hi ya hi na hi ni na hi yu ni va hu ya hi yu ni va hi ya hi ne na yani sini hawana yani sini hawana hini swavira kini hini swavira kini ni do we know who ni do we know who what I see now know who what I see now know who ni himasi asi si ni himasi asi si Om Narayana Virmahe Vasudevaya Dirmahi no Vishnu Prachudaya Dom Devakara Rara Ya Virmahe Vasudevaya Dirmahi Taran Krishna Prachudaya Om Kaporsharya Virmaha Saksharya Maha Devari Dirmahi Tanu Rupra Prachudaya Om Akarantarya Virmahe Vakranundarya Dirmahi Tanu Randi Prachudaya Om Karyan Yai Virmahe Kanyam Margar Yai Dirmahi Tanu Durga Prachudaya Om Vektivyai Chavin Mahe Kamarajari Ader Mahe Tano Devi Prachurayat Om Mahadevyai Chavin Mahe Vishnu Parnya Char Der Mahe Tano Lakshmi Prachurayat और minio sessionen tand of this nartir mosnas neer 3 mas oimrot konter 3 sas darm dononter serch tornatas dan donor darter non cholir mesir fum choriti roglos rin sinundring nernas kord morchul horte dorti osring ti boskor basid Ormer nier morgen nier nar bar nar ber bam ser dam dore nar star fin uni vir bar horter morish rosorter morish romoter monur ni berla molech ni tris pas vor virch vor for Mortech neem ragba na trir dorslin na door glas na door dirslin nimnietor tor na kore barakorde bjurtin druntig orsjernam servori gernan jurli arminius in each serch darm serdar konoter minasir te voor brinri björns ner berter moser tjärndel om doen dit routeel om mij aan sjorteer om real lang moor om sin search berner robot chertal ser berner search ser neri baor hodier kota goor korko morlese ruberat inspior tornoi form sa domine e salus tor hiru e salus tir domine e salus tir pen e salus tir domine e salus tir krishna e salus tir domine e salus tir Tor Esloster Super Papalum Turum Damne Benedicto Tua Arteheye Yayo Arteheye Yayo Arteheyelo Arteheyelo Itun Shira when you get a cake it Yayo Nitinu Shira when you get a cake it Yayo Arteheyelo Nita Kurye when you get a cake it Yayo Nita Kuye when you get a cake it Yayo Arteheyelo mi cinci narpe maior arte eiolo inci carcerte arte eiolo canon po wanci charurpa wanci charurpi arte eiolo cianiani piceta arte eiolo e tuer chae o chari ho e tuer chae o chari ho unko kile chaya heo ho hunko kile chaya heo ho arte heolo wana yar marni ye tatanka wan marni ye arte heolo le chel mi yo kan kete lo yo le chel mi yo kan kete lo yo taku makai chari ka hera mi tar war ye lo yo taku makai chari ka hera mi tar war ye lo yo arte he yellow Yo 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 arte hey ya lo yo 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 wey ya yo 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 wey ya yo 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 min ching shi yi te wakila che ye ya min ching shi yi te wakila che ye ya o arte ya in chi in chargar pikta che ye ya o ya te ya in chargar pikta che ye ya arte ye lo arte ye hey lo ha ye ye ya yo yo ha ye ye ya yo yo mila kin hiu mi chi chi yana mila kin hiu mi chi chi yana wa waka blaka te ye ye wa waka blaka te ye ye onchi he ye lo yo yo onchi he ye lo yo 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 pu ye chi ni wasta wakakin kete pu ye chi ni wasta wakakin kete onchi he yelo yo onchi he yelo yo le he ya he ye la he ya he ye kangi yo ya te ye oh ye kangi chaya won wello kangi o ya te ye chaya wa un wello ni ya te ye he we ni ya te ye we wan bali galeshka wan ya ni hi we wan bali galeshka wan yarn ni hi we mi kan kin wan laki ye mi kan kin wan laki ye Hinno one lucky, henna one lucky, hi, ye, ya, hey, ye, ya, hey, ye, hey, ya, mi chinshi mita waya, mi chinshi mita waya, arte, we arte, ya, wello, arte, ya, wello, yani piketai, ya, wello, yani piketai, ya, wello. Wasta wakinkatai, yeah. Wasta wakinkatai, yeah. Lechi, yeah, boy, yeah. Lechi, boy, yeah. Hey, yellow, arte, hey, yellow, arte, hey, yellow. Arte lena makue ye arte lena makue ye pero wan yan makue ye pero wan yan makue ye ara makue ye ara makue ye ina heku misun kala che ye ya o marni ye misun kala che ye ya o marni ye arna heku wana sapiketa wana sapiketa unchi tazipa muchu ye unchi tazipa michu ye arte he ye lo he kiernar yanka gali ye hi kiernar gali ye wan le chi ya wana sapiketa ke yarti lo wan le chi ya wana sapiketa ye yarti lo wana kerte kagar yo wana kerte kagar yo arrehelo, mia ye war marian cargio, mia war marian cargio, cangio yarte, wan chanku, kawaka gelo, cargio yarte, wan chanku, waka gelo, yari picatacha, yari picaticha, cola, heyelo, macacerto, marniano, kio yarte, kukio yarte, okia, wan bale, o yarte, Wan Hoshi Yellow arte heyelo mago wan chariau kie pertekino kie kangio arte wan horshi arte heyelo lena heyelo Leno wakan wakagarcia arte heyelo galakin han wakan wakagarcia arte heyelo chanon pa kin wakagarcia arte heyelo mio han kin chichuche arte heyelo galakin nyarhi karta arte heyelo mi chingshi tayena kupie mi chingshi tayena kupie makuche One washte ayagali pikte artehel yellow wana wicheshka artie we huto ho mani o katana koyan wo wahinkete Koyan wahin kite arta michuya wani kerper michuya wani kerte michuya hiya wasna wakin kite ahiya wasna watin kite hanpa wachige te wakila lahe wan bleni chala hari yelo wan bleni chala ha karielo tekicha when gali king kita dukicha when gala king kita nihun kun hehelio wakan yani yakin kite wan kan yani yankin kite changalishka wan lusar hani ya king kite kangalishka wan lusani yakin kite wan wari yargupo arte heyelo En Reiki sarna vesukine tuas nuzes kebrusharade me perusha tako bugin jaror katem sakem ne belonati kinchata mi orun net so mari basarap karane sura me neba shabara shapota suten me kinu no kebrusere de babram kemnu top ne so kompetem da sharuna vai toim bua sapen surun podna trus min mahalcha tay tras na pat kebramu devnu da pepel hasen perota remi shader bu me heita panto time ana pat pesap no tonti har kitata tata me tata ken du altek nu shap sting time hi up on roya shap skim no asting time hi up su ti ju ta para me krotu da me keru men ha pa pa shara dia pasrap tin na mes sapi sor po ape na marin ding na kumana kor opera mari kor seket or mar kurri ti terumer Ternesh root have a peru herum and heru had a roman and pu heru a beru heru choice at us to be like a grab the beast meant to break and kill open small or pancake candy pats at seven twice or any get seri karu chemis of karu and cruise. I can use them to some get to metuis and kunishis nesi where a car epidemic is soon kunduis. Surim should discover nothing to we are eating huminescence in or capital deputy to Russian and can work a boo fs at su. I've naked to get Gabby said a Buddha meaning with head or pets a pet and I'm sure I get a usual American and pet the shut to shut the poetic mebeticum toy and a poamuk inside the pure poem head sack camera susicum toy and a muted me boss became boss and parvasuous and watch I see him head but I scoot a bunch of dice or leaving here in the arcus or packers a caramel sentiment that you take a musicus person making miscapish sentiment that's all about that up and making no ship at a better than the amka to the hall already might have been best about a bank case source and I carry some subside kuna matini to Ramati Maro Federation Minku, Shekarunakin Sorkaru Pasti High Prada Karamatin on the Bebestaro, Sadaki number boy never tempted Saparima Baputuruki name never name cautious of the Banavan and the Departu Metas you men. Unut of Capucci Sarasaka Marmar Toys, Boko Shama, Special Coremation Patos and I can drink of him ringing the truck and Mistuna kept to Pelascremet 2 or Ramasushia, Kitchen Jarato, and 80s, upset when in him sinning and short and Nixon and Kikorish or Lake, and second curry poicum, Jerry, Macaribu, Shornation, and Mieti, Serum, divided you up a go about to a new cake is me, or up sick make one neck for a pet, me too, and sorry, but I'm using a cake, the egg never short the onam so do, and come on, to next year on the night, une femme pour ne plus sans qu'il était que tout d'attaque ni vous promener sur quelque chose de am nous tatum ni vous mantes sana ni vous you are building que te demande in Japan and Harry Chachata Jason mo by me the good terma bruta que te duration team to me some two Canada happen but I you are me to all pen bit man and never to woman head thought he said to the brain my rapping you know when and you know give me that in pedim says many you can hold them for that options up in my side one make any choice look choice of what I'm messen tu never kinti manu resek never tepe metrin obi obrem shishini never chakai kama su sejek toyam satu ektaban never uek yo sepertem hotat yo sepertem hotat empati mesu patu tapium in kultura devsen tu muten tronun irampunun nu beshu shani operem kunetri hu nemes marami boy ma noi ten kepren nemen tort ariautat tat keprema patabam shartun ni moani wakim musiku shmor hade creature ki kopteara o shu per kebren di kurtim tak su sekakatinu de kwedem Essa suginu doi parem ke mutep no na kerter team ke sudi senenki au benex and nek tau mo hoi ne tri team se kmi mi pat no trum he na surat hen us besike usuri nin skera ko mai jeru ne tru no te para menturan he who says myself to what the bishara no nek bishara shek no ke kapron to war on up to mama masaru do I said sentiment we ne for the next coration or cookie ari and es kama mo nek kin sak kapru tapum tapu mutu mentur pedroson and truang ne merekon karo pesarek Hainemi Shakep Natru Nabu, Zorek Taranam Shivekada Bumpkin Karek Nemerekadom interview Secret Capital Topic Shut up left awakening you the was at west of top of Navash Washa Hamson Surmine Rumbe, Nofsan Epini Secroni Secutini Osati Robert Jesus Rapashore Sari Wanam Saknu Pukaparam Capri Caperna Capru Nebin Caprashi Caprem Trampamia Trampamia Surna Ancora mansinger perite uno da man che merte io ne se rodis risorbe so buke ti kermi mi mir tu ayu torne serbi o atunaien abaye se va forsi una con arpiana tepni sete o mas bus ngam bisitu sikuparene para mankiu sikapia ti coraggio jara tu amo petemeda che torna trama karu amore absenterne ne be karne baru rastro rushob su amo amen sikete brekana maru amno se su ne Saraf sekene koroabe koap second kerne koap sebra sekene koro per kishno ishak sherbi kari kabi tekim krabai kanonde kaber tek magnet rua nation bishbet kinki and kugus morning shibet kikiu et sukana shamita kun kikiu and I gave an amenepi and a man or loosen him kaisen and any septum cutting and a cup kawata regional rodek wabram southern recep kipuman kiming gorkis worked up at shamnu to neighboring petini up and netty woman up in Secretary and at two new TFC format Sigaperson Temerson Joran Drama Scaropus Service Saras Sadi Nakabros and so get by get Kamota operation definitely in the pit up in after do emes. Poised at the threshold of shadows and substance, we peer into the ancient presence of a map forgotten and hidden in our flesh, hidden in a thorn-covered well. A golden lock and a silver key in exchange for the cup of eternity is all that we may offer, though they are the most sacred tools on the hidden road. The fivefold rose blossoms of red and white, of tears and blood, prick the hands that pry. May we drink the shadows from this holy well whose waters rise from deep within us and who reveals a hidden light encased in stone. Dare we peer into the ancient past, into the eyes of a dreamer as old as time. We can only offer a heart of innocence and the seeker's feet to tread this ancient stone stairway that leads downward, inward into the soul of the world. We pray for the redemption and wisdom from that sacred well of enchantment, that we may remember and tread once again upon the sacred land, spun by threads of fate and a golden cord of vision. This first step, most profound, is our first step from the sleep of 1,000 lives. Ezekiel Kampa, Ziana Kampa, Newt, Geb, Newt, Kepra, ra, tuma, tum, kansu, Arsemitoki Shabu Banana Sham through na, Arsemitoki Shabu Banana Sham through na, Arsemitoki Shabu Banana Sham through na, Havra, Havra. Welcome to Earth. We're slowly descending onto the surface. I hear there are many unrestful people, so be careful with your interactions and get what you need from your shops and deliver what you need to your family members and get out as fast as possible. Because we got plenty of coffee right here back at the ship. It's all safe here. I'd just like to say that if you like to smoke the good green and we were in the same place, I would definitely have a fucking. I would definitely have a bong and we'd be splitting it or a hookah or something. And we would definitely be partaking in that and coffee afterwards. That's a fact. I enjoy my coffee. I do. I really do. It's a simple pleasure. And throughout a life of extremes, a simple pleasure being on a person's journey. Something you can practically get just about anywhere. I dreamed the other night, and that was kind of interesting. And I dreamed last night, but I didn't care to remember it, so I just was just like, oh, I dreamed. That was nice. I have some memories somewhere. I at this point in my life, I do my normal routine. I keep up with my study and my stuff like that. I always want something be coming in my head. But at the same token, like I've done a lot of work, and so I chill out a lot. And in one big aspect, I'm I feel like I'm on standby. I feel like I'm just waiting, and I'm waiting because I've been rather alone. And there's people around and stuff, and they're all right, whatever stuff, nothing bad there. But it's been many years since I've had somebody else to, I don't know, go do anything with, period. Shit, I don't know. One of the last times I went with somebody, went to the store, just a grocery store with them. And we're talking, all right? We're driving in the car. We're at the house. We're in the car. We're walking outside. And we're talking normal. And I usually I try to watch my volume. I try not to be too loud. But when I'm just being me and having a good time, that's just that. I'm not worried about everything else, right? That's usually how it goes. And we walk into this store and we keep talking. And this dude, he shushes me because I'm being too loud. I'm like, I can't say this, but it's my reality. And I'm like, what? Just because there's people are present, you got to be quiet? You didn't know like all the spirits in existence were listening to me and you chat? You really thought it was just me and you standing there? And now we walk in here and you think nobody's like, I mean, like, if anything, like, let's talk about the Watchers for a second. Just a moment, just a moment. Not bad, but it could be seen in a bad way. I'm not spinning it like that though. Um, but like like we have the phones and the cameras and this and that, and there's surveillance everywhere in the world now. And the whole world's on a video camera. I mean, the Watchers just got proficient and put in a camera everywhere. They could hear it. They could do the spell. They could do whatever they needed to do to hear or see or whatever the case. But now we got hard cameras in the room. We can actually record information like everywhere. So I mean, everything's been watched before, just because there's a camera lens on the other side. Hey, you better start getting your character together because they're filming the whole fucking world, and you could be a starring character. Look, let me put it this way, okay? I walked into a Renaissance fair. All right, I start doing my thing. I was not nobody famous or big or anything. I start doing my thing, and at the end of the first day, maybe it's the second week or the first week, it's very close to the entry, and I'm wearing I do not have fucking $1,000 into an outfit. Okay, I don't have money into an outfit. I'm running around in rags practically at this point, and it's at a Renaissance festival. The cast, they generally elevate themselves because they're the cast. And it's a big thing to be part of the cast at a Renaissance fair, to get the lines down and do that all day long. It's not downplaying none of it. But somebody, they checked the comment box and they popped out, and they read in the comments at the end of the day or the next day or whenever it is that they're doing it. And somebody left a comment a positive comment about me being part of the cast. And everybody kind of laughed or whatever. But I took it as a big ass fucking compliment. It was a tiny little laugh and a little whimper of silence. Like that's all that kind of happened on that one. But like I just walked in as a little scruffy nothing and they threw me in your category up at the top. You didn't like that, did you? No, you didn't. But that's why it's important to develop your character. Not a false character, not a facade front, but to discover your real character. A real character has dislikes and likes. No, I don't like that. No, I don't like being treated like that. No, I do not accept being disrespected. It doesn't mean I fight against this disrespect. It means I don't interact with it. It means I don't give it anything. I don't. That's that. That's but to develop your character of who you are, to find that out, to find what you don't like, to find what your limits are, to find where you're gonna fucking put your goddamn foot down, and that's it. The donkey took put his ass on the ground, and you ain't moving it for shit. Go ahead and try. Go on. You're gonna have to kill the thing and put it on a cart to move him. Ain't gonna move it till you comply. Animals are pretty smart. Your character of who you are is unique to anybody else because you're going to put together a different recipe than anybody else did, a different concoction. What do I mean? You're going to find qualities in different peoples, in different things, in different aspects of life, animals, nature, weather, history, books, stories, and every single, there's going to be parts that you like. I like that. You could be that. You could be that. You're not that right now, but you can work towards that starting today. You know what? Start on it tomorrow. Do some research today and get an idea of what you want to try in that direction of doing. You can do anything that you desire to do. And that character of who you are in the correct setting, that's going to land the role. It's going to fit the bill. It's going to get exactly what it needs because it's already ready. It's already filled. It's complete. I'm not saying that we're done learning. We're always learning. I got a saying for myself, and that is that I'm an exploring teacher. So thus I'm always learning, and I'm able to teach as well as I go along my way. But your character, man, character's everything. Like, people wonder what their purpose is, right? What's my purpose? Is it just to go work a 9 to 5 every day and pay bills? Make sure life is good for others? Is that all is that all life is about? It's just somebody's got to pay the bills. No, there's more. There's definitely more. I thought about back to my days when I worked every single day, when I worked my 9 to 5s. Did I waste any of that time? When I worked freaking 70-hour weeks? No, I did not. Because all that work acquired money that paid my mom's debts, got the bills all caught up, and now my mom wasn't stressing. She wasn't angry. She wasn't upset. She was happy because she didn't have to worry about losing the roof over our head or anything else that she had in that whole in life. She didn't have to go down that route. She had someone helping her, and that changes everything right there. That changes everything. So that time's not wasted if that's what you're doing. but know that your mind can go anywhere. Your body go into the same environment over and over. Literally, it goes on memory. It's autopilot. We don't even think about it. You don't think you're driving a car. And at first, when you're getting your driver's license, you think about all the things and don'ts and the insurance and what hopefully you are. And you get your driver's license test. And after the fifth year, are you thinking about fucking, oh, what about my blinker? No, nah, man. Just you're driving and doing what you're doing. You ain't thinking about nothing. Fucking on the phone and got a drink too and driving with your knee and shit. Yep, yep. Yep, gotcha. Uh-huh. Oh, hold on, hold on. Shit. I just want a coffee pot that doesn't have any fucking plastic in it and a brewed coffee. That's all I want. I don't want any plastic in my coffee machine. I looked up a coffee pot without any plastic, and the thing said it was like $400. I'm like, you gotta be shitting me. It's not. There's gotta be something wrong in the world. There is something wrong. It's okay. I figured it out. It's not that difficult. People do like to complicate life. I like to uncomplicate it. It's so conflicting, but then again, it's not. There's a reality that happens for people who have had spiritual interactions with seeing their loved ones on the other side of the veil. The face, the face is not seen. And every single one that I've heard that is legitimate just lines up, including my own. The face of the individual is not seen, but the body is there. The face is there, it's just not seen in the vision. It's not observed, but the body is there, and the frequency of the energy of that soul of that individual is absolutely there. And I find it interesting because just looking around, I've got one, two, three, four pieces, just in my view, this way, of heads broken off of little angels this, little Japanese lady, porcelain that, cat piece, that little piece. I try to be careful with my stuff. I do. Um, but every single time I think about that, like no head, but a body. I see the body as a structure. The body is like the book cover, and if properly understood, if properly read, that's what the body contains. That's what the ability of that body is. That life has that uniqueness, and I can take my soul, fit it into any body. I'm gonna have a different kind of face though. It's gonna be different if I actually incarnate into that body. You know, it's always going to change. But I'll tell you one thing, whether you know it or not, the reason why you don't see a face on the astral side of things is because, number one, the spirits are always shifting and changing, ascension. So if you see a different face attached to the soul that you should recognize, but you don't, because the face don't look the same anymore, it's gonna have some psychological, mental fucking miscalculations. So it just doesn't allow that to happen. Just like can't do that because, and I already explained it though. There was this like I know without anybody. Look, there's this one dude. He walks up to me and he starts talking about freaking Lilith. Okay, look, I've dealt with Lilith. I've done that. I worked. Everything's and anyways. He starts. He goes. Do you know anything about Lilith? I'm like, look, I've never read a book. I've never fucking opened up a deck of cards on her. I've never done shit on her on the spiritual side. But this is how she is, and I fucking ran it down. And he goes, dude, you know all about her. I said, no, I lived with her. It's a difference. I actually lived with her incarnation. I know her. Anyways, there's this. I just knew it. I just knew. I just know that the next incarnation, it looks frightful. The appearance of the bodies and the faces, one would consider yeah, not good. But it's not. That's not the case at all. The divine image, an immaterial image, to put that in context for the body is like trying to look at a 8 dimensional object. We can't even produce a 4 dimensional object. Obviously, we're in the third dimension, so of course it can't. And even on a screen, getting up to the 6th dimension, truly, to show it, it takes more of an explanation and relation than actual imagery to actually get the construct of what's happening. Okay. And so I was just aware of this. And there was one day I didn't do nothing or anything. I was just me like normal any other day. And my family, my spirit family, they're like, yo, we're gonna show you what it all looks like. We're gonna take off the veil. We're gonna show you completely. And I was like, okay. And they were like, we'll stop as soon as you don't want to see it anymore. But like, we gotta show it to you at this point. You gotta at least see it. You have to see it. And so I was like, okay. So they pulled back the veil, and I fucking saw like reality for just as much as I knew it to be. And I was like, okay, I'm good. I know when I get there, I'll be like family and be cool. But like, I understand why people lose their shit because they see the truth. They actually see the real image of life. You're aware that what our brains do with our eyes is they actually take several 2D flat images and overlap them, and in the sequence with our brain, we have a delayed signature mark in our fucking noggin. That's what we're seeing right now is a delayed image of what we have overlapped many ways to create a 3D image, like in our vision and the way we process shit. So we need other devices and machines to be like, yo, that's happening too, and that's happening too. There's an AM FM stereo, there's a Bluetooth frequency, there's satellite frequency, there's RF, blah, 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 blah. Alright, so we see a limited view of what is truly there. Half of our vision of being able to see the world doesn't even fucking exist. It's not even there. Anyway, and then they closed that back up for me, and I was like, okay. I said, yeah, that's cool, that's cool. I've seen my, I've seen my next, I've seen my dragon form. I've seen my own dragon form, the next, like in the other dimensional reality, but not no spirit. This shit's physically real. It's a real baby dragon, and that's my next life. is a fucking dragon. Like, not fake fairy tale shit. A real dragon. That's what I've been that's what I've been creating for my next incarnation. I'm done being human. I don't care for these things anymore. I want to move on with creation and wonder and being and life. Fucking, we can create our future. You can be anything you want to be. You can create your next incarnated life, and you can start sending yourself memories that way. This is what the ancients were aware of. That's why everybody's like, oh, they're obsessed with death. They weren't obsessed with death. They were very much aware that if I ace this life and get a couple extra fucking points on it, I could get the life I want next time. That's the way it really works. The way humans set things up is they sealed divine powers. And human greed put a really, really fucked up system on the whole reincarnation process of how which soul should come back and all. They fucked up the system and didn't know what they were doing, essentially, with soul being put back into bodies. They did some bad math, and our world's been pretty screwed up. That's why when I found about what I found about on this side of things, I went around as reestablishing them into their powers. It doesn't take money or riches or anything like that. It takes heart, it takes time, it takes moving your ass to somewhere you don't want to go to do some spiritual work and clear out some bad juju. Juju is magic, essentially, if you didn't know. Clear out the bad matter, and good stuff can start growing up. And that's what I started doing. I'll tell you a story too. We got, let's see which one. This one right here. This is Mahat. This one right here. This hieroglyph right here is Mahat. Okay? Was I pointing to the right one? That one right there, if I wasn't. And she's right there. Yeah. There's a little feather up here. That's right. Okay. So, essentially, like, I've put the entire pantheon, the whole, and nod on this staff. And, anyways, I had to experience those energies before I could carve in the next one, okay? Each carving was not just fucking putting anything in, man. This was, anyways, this is pretty intense for the whole experience of this staff's coming together. And it was, I don't know, 2024, I think it was 2023, 2020, whatever. But the United States, we didn't have a House Speaker or a House Speaker or something like that. A House Speaker it was, and it had been a long time, and no one got voted in. No one. They just kept delaying, like it was months. It was a long time. It was a thing on the news for a while, and no House Speaker. And I carved Mahat. I carved Mahat into this staff, and the next freaking day, I wake up and the news says we have a House Speaker. And I'm like, whoa, I've noticed things like this before, but never on the political level, not like that. Whoa. And then an hour or two later, news comes out that the person they picked to be the House Speaker said they didn't want to be the House Speaker. Some big ass fucking government position, and somebody declined? The position? The fuck? What the fuck? Mahat came to me in my own mind in that moment, swiftly, and she said, that motherfucker was up to no good, truly. And I told him if he gets into that, I showed him in his mind, everything gone. I'm wrapping that portion up for you. She gave me more detail. And when she put that in his noggin and said, oh, he said, no, I ain't getting into that. No, I'm out. He passed it on to somebody else. That's what happened on that one. These divine powers, the entire world is structured by them. Well, it's becoming structured by them. There's things that people were able to get away with for years in the past because there was no divine authority actually in place. At the station, there was a drunk human, the cloak and a stick, and he didn't even know what the hell he was doing. He's just told to wait there, screwing shit up. And that's why certain things have been happening. You can take it how you want. But your very desire for the world to be better is what made it all possible. Because if I was by myself and wanted the world to be a better place, there'd be nothing happening. It would just get darker and darker and darker and darker. But there are good people all around this world that want us to all get along and have a good time and move forward together. And that means something. There's something there. There's something to do something with that. Like there's energy. And that's where I found giving out blessings is pretty darn important in this world. Helping other people achieve what they need to is quite important. Because if you succeed, I succeed. All right, where are we going next? Let's turn a corner. Life. I keep developing my own character every day. I keep that entertained and keep myself going. Again, when I mention character, I mean who I am, my heart, what I'm interested in. Now, for me, I'm pretty satisfied in life to a darn decent degree of things. And really, if there ain't no big next chapter, that's okay for me. But it really does take somebody else to open other doors. I can open all the doors I need to myself in life. But interaction, live interaction, you know, exploring life, having fun, letting a good thing turn into another good thing, but being able to respect that along the way to where, like, the good isn't the only thing focused on. Just learned how to be cherished. It's appreciated. Boundaries are established without anger, without fighting, without silly defense things. I don't like this. Thanks for not doing that to me. I don't need to be asked 1,000 questions why. I don't need to have my arm twisted to do it someone else's way. I, In my past, I wanted to fix people or help people or do something to improve their life. And now, like I'm talking about like the personal relationships, home, stuff like that. That's what I'm talking about. And now, yeah, everybody's life is their own. Everybody's life is their own. And I know where I've aimed my dedications to the Divine Mother and the Divine Father, to my mother, to my father, in that good, right, correct direction. And somebody else can make that dedication too in their own life, but a best friend, man, a best friend is huge. It just opens up doors. You go do stuff. The world opens up. Life changes. And so I'll keep growing every single day. I'll keep developing. I'll keep learning something different. I'm going to do something. I'm going to invent something, whatever the case, man. Like, my life's going to continue moving forward. And if there's nobody to ever show up and catch up to all that, then so be it. And if so, then I'll look forward to it. I've had some pretty unexpected adventures that have happened to me in my past. And who knows what the future has to bring. And so to be open to the possibilities of life without having some, oh man, I didn't do that. Get angry about it without that whole construct happening. It's not floating through life, but in a way, we found a way to coast. Take out some baddies, some bad old spiritual, some bad vibrational. We're gonna harmonize some disturbing vibrations. We're gonna harmonize some disturbing vibrations, alright, that's for sure. Smooth those out. Oh, that's what I was laughing about. Hmm. Oh, I should do it. I should. Hmm. With the dog barked on it too. I said I should do it, and the dog, I heard the dog go bark. I did start laughing earlier while I was going over the jam, and oh, my mind went somewhere. All right, I was having a conversation. Oh my gosh, with my memories. one of one of the funniest. I'm gonna bring this up. This is the reason for it. You might like the reference. You might not even care for it at all. But there's this one episode on Star Trek. No, it's the movie. It was the movie, wasn't it? The movie. I think it was the movie. They do movies based on episodes and stuff like that, anyways. But I swear I could have seen both of them. But Data, he winds up getting an emotion chip. He has no emotions, and he gets an emotion chip that they can implant. And there's this one scene in particular, and he's fucking laughing his ass off, and like he can't stop, and fucking gosh darn it, um, LaForge, fucking, he's like, yo, bro, like, what's going, like, what's so funny? And he's like, he says that joke you said, da 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 da, yeah, I just got it, and LaForge is like, Jordy's like, he's like, Bro, that was like, I don't know, 3 years ago, 5 years ago. I don't know how long it was. It was a long time ago. It's like years ago. I feel like that sometimes. Like I just got the joke like all these years later. I don't know if anybody else got it out there. Maybe some people did. Maybe you didn't get the update. I don't know. I'm trying not to keep these things to myself. Before I just keep everything to myself. I just be Mr. Silent. I just be a sphinx in the room. You just wouldn't know what the hell to expect. I might just run that way, or I might just start laughing out of nowhere, or all of a sudden you start hearing a song go on because I'm dancing or something. You got no beat on me at all because there ain't no fucking, there's no expression, no emotion, no fucking nothing. I just kind of shift here and shift there. I know how to leave the emotion inside. Here's what's cool: suppression causes explosion, right? So if you really want to explode in laughter, you can suppress it and then boom, it's going to explode. Well, hopefully, there are the exceptions. That's interesting. The first scary house I went with his family. It was like like the haunted house, and not really haunted, but they got the puppets or they got the people that jump out or whatever. You go throughout the place, right? And Nightmare Great on Grayson or something. I think his name was called. And I know that's the name of a movie, but it was the name of their thing too. And the one I went to, and the family, they they didn't believe it was possible for me to walk through the whole thing and not jump, not get scared once, not one scare, not one fucking scare through the whole thing. And I was like, bet, like I didn't bet nothing, but I was like, yeah, I could do that. Let's go. And I literally walked through the entire. And it's a 3-story place, man. It's a big place. All sorts. You can get on elevators, all sorts of scary shit. It's professional done, man. It's fucking solid, and they did their shit really good. But I was just like, okay, I'm going into observation mode. Like, I'm just like, what? Some dude gonna come tackle me or something? I don't think so. I mean, if my life gets threatened, I'll go into a different mode. That'll just happen. But I don't have to worry about that because that's not what's happening here. So I don't know. That's kind of stuck with me throughout my life. I don't remember necessarily trying to ever do that before that day, but a lot of things are going to try to make you jump in life. And when you glance over after just sitting there and nothing fucking affected you, and they just gave their best out, pretty good. There's no fun with you. They want to go. They want to mess with somebody. See, I've been around people that are mean. Just whatever they needed to do it for, they did. But I classify it as mean. And they play pranks and scare and jolt. And my mom had a bad heart. I forget the name of it, but she had that little tiny pill, nitro or something, in a little vial. Like, because her heart, if it stopped, she takes it and it'll like kickstart her heart or something like that. She had those. She didn't have a good heart, and so like my brother, he keeps scaring her throughout his life, and I'm like, dude, like she said, don't do it. I don't know why you doing it still. I stopped. I don't try to scare people, but I sneak up on people somehow. I got bells and stuff, but like I'll walk right, I'll show up right next to you, and you'll like turn around, and I'm right there, and you'll be like, ah, and I'll be like, I didn't mean to scare you. But the last time I did that, I said, from now on, I'm going to say boo. I'm not going to say it all mean or anything, but that would be natural. When people like, I'll just go boo, and then it'll be like a joke or something. I haven't been looking at the comments at all, so I don't know what you've been saying, but thanks for commenting, and I love you. And if you definitely want to send me some information, because I'm not reading it, then you can shoot it at cetra@yahoo.com. Same name as the channel, at yahoo.com. Pretty darn simple. Maybe we'll do some tarot readings or something here. Maybe we'll change up the direction. But it was quite interesting at a certain point in my life when a lighthouse and anchors came into my life, and then I started seeing those things other places. Have you ever done that? Have you ever acquired something and then you start seeing it like it wasn't around, like it legitimately wasn't around before? But now, like, there's words being shared and spoken, and it's like, ever done that? My first occasion when I saw this happen, and I was like, holy shit, there's something to it. I was like, there's something to this. I had this one particular book, I don't have the book anymore, and it had a picture that I had sitting up for a good long while. And I was scrolling through one of the social media dealios, and I saw that exact picture from the book that the page was on. I saw it on the social media page. And I was like, okay, There's another experience I did share rather within the past couple of days, but chances of you being here or not, maybe you were. And though there was somebody that showed up to the metaphysical shop that I was at, and they had taken a nap, and they had a dream, and their dream had two literal areas of the shop that I was in. The way I set up the altars and everything, they actually saw inside the shop. Their spirit went to that where I was, and they came after they woke up. They had no clue that we were there or existed, but they were inclined to look up some stuff, and it wound up showing up, and everything happened that it happened. So I was like, okay. I was like, these are some interesting strings of events. Altars truly do send out information to the collective conscious. Altars certainly do truly project more than, well, energy and frequency forth. And I've found that by having something stable for a good long while in a sacred space, that somehow, some way, others are able to connect to that. I think that's a beautiful reality, to be able to assist each other in ways to inspire of connectedness. I know I'm not the only one. I know that. I know it. I'm not. There's so many people I've talked to. There's so many people I've interacted with, and in my opinion, their brains are their capability is beyond my own. They can do way much more, and they can really excel in their own direction at blazing speeds with great success. But it takes time and it takes patience. All that patience we give to other people needs to come back to the self. What do you like? What are you doing? What are you doing? Having fun. Chatting with my friends. Chatting with my family. having another beautiful day. That's for sure. I hope you are too, wherever you are. I hope your day's beautiful. I hope it's wonderful. I hope whatever disaster might be happening somewhere to someone else ain't hitting you. I hope it ain't touching you, emotionally or any other way, beyond what you care to give it. Sure, okay. Almost there. I do have a good article to share. I'm not gonna read it. I'll read part of it. I'll probably share it in the log here. I am now, Kami. That's really cool, James. I guess I looked at the right time. Let's see here. Yes, yes, I am. I kind of discovered I was, but yeah, that's it. Yeah, that's it. I'm checking out the questions. Feel free to ask whatever you want to ask. I'll answer. I don't mind answering like legit questions and stuff like that. I like a good conversation. Can I make a vision on someone? Do you, either please rephrase the question, or do you mean like to see somebody's life and what they're up to, or something like that? Or to put a vision into their mind or into their soul? What be option one or two there? Their intentions towards you. Got you. Okay, Kami. That doesn't take me looking into anything. That's this comes down to real world interactions and discover this is what I have to do for each person. And when I discover the truth about somebody, I'm not going to psychic means to look into their life. If I'm interacting with somebody, I might look up the meaning of their name. I might do the numerology if they share that, but I'm not looking deeper than that. I'm not getting into crazy reading. I'm not getting deep into readings unless they personally ask for it. So, Kami, let me present a couple of ideas to you, and then shoot back. Because if you like the idea, cool. If not, maybe we'll figure something else out here. Most people in this world want to play a game, whether it comes to a relationship or whatever the intention may be. People like to play these kind of games, and if we win their game, then the next thing happens, right? And that's where the curiosity lies for us, because, well, what the fuck are you leading me on for? You got me that far, and now You're pulling me this way, and now you're, what the fuck's going on? And this, for me, starts as simple as somebody asking me a series of personal questions. You're asking me a series of personal questions because you have something in your mind and you want to decide something. So tell me what's in your mind and let me answer it straight up. In a very direct way. Now, these intentions could go lots of ways. Friend, person, intimate, business, whatever the case. I know no information on the subject at all. But whatever the intention, this is an example, and I figuratively use my heart and a piece of truth from my heart as currency, as $5. And I'll give the other person $5. I'm not planning on getting that $5 back. I gave it away. I bought a bag of chips. I gave it to a homeless person. I don't care. I gave $5 away. It's yours. That $5 could be literal. It could be an object. It could be something of value. It could be my heart. But that $5 it's not $100 object. It's not $100 truth. It's not something super, super like, it's not. It's just, you can use it against me. It's not going to hurt me. It's small. You could take it from me. That's okay. It's small. I can let go of that. That's fine. I can heal from that. And so I give this bit of $5 truth, reality to the other person, and depending how they treat me back, how do they give that back? Do they balance it out? Do they expect more? Where are they going with it? Let's see what they do with it. And the second thing I will mention, at least for myself, and I'm not saying for you to do this, I'm just relating what I do. Because it's a fucking failure every goddamn time. But I still do it. Because if it's a success, I found a best fucking friend. And that is to speak the truth. Ask them directly. What is your intentions? I've noticed this and this and this. I'm not one to play games or be led on. Please let me know what's going on. That other person, their whole thing could be into games and chase me and this and that. And so if you do that, it just kills everything in the moment. Total loss. That's why I said when I do it, it's a loss. It's always a loss. I've had one win, and the win I did get, I discovered they were tricking me still. I found their real personality. I saw past it. So things happen in different ways. But to discover somebody's intentions in your life, this is what we talk about every single day. Every single day in some form, in some fashion, because that's ultimately the mystery that we're all walking through. It's the forest of forgetfulness that we're all walking through. And people hide intentions from themselves. They are not honest with themselves, so they're not honest with others. So if they're asked the question, how could an honest answer be expected? They're in a sea of mistruths, concocted realities that are just illusions and immaterial. And so that's why I'm gonna knock on something. I might drop it. Oops. Is it still what it is? Did it fall apart? Was it glass? Was it just the painted surface? And when it fell, it got a scratch, and I saw what it really was. So I wear my bracelets all the time, my necklaces or whatnot, because I'm going to scratch that metal over and over. What kind of metal is it? Is it just shining because it's got a coating on it? Or is it shining because that's the real color of the metal? I want to know if what I have is real or not. And that means putting it through life. Letting life happen as life happens. And a lot of times we play safe because we don't want to miss out on something we could have had. Well, if it was playing games with me, I don't want it. So I didn't miss out on shit that said no to me. I didn't lose. Technically, I won because I saw the truth, and the truth said it's a fucking joking facade. They don't even know. Even if I got with them, even if I was friends, even if it worked out, we're gonna butt heads because they don't see nor understand life as I interact with it. Therefore, unevenly yoked, whether it be a friendship, intimacy, or anything else. It's we're gonna go in circles no matter what happens. Conversation, working, we're gonna run into frustration and problems. I'd rather just say no to all that. Like, you go have your piece, I'll keep mine. You could just do whatever you want. You want to do that with someone else? Go ahead. I ain't doing that. I'll keep my peace. Ah, thanks, Homer Flanders. Yeah, I do. I do go. I do go out like the way I am. I might change my headpiece or whatnot. That might change up a little bit if I'm going inside a place. Like sometimes I'll use two of these guys and stretch them out so they'll like totally cover and like tuck them in the back, and or I'll put a vest on, you know, something like that. I got a couple of different leather vests or whatnot, suede vest, leather vest. And other than that, yeah, this is my style. Like, I'm not comfortable in regular clothes. Honestly, I'm not. I'm like, I got what I got on, my skirts and stuff and whatnot. But that's just the way I am. That's just who I am. It's just what I've become comfortable with after so many years of being like this. Um, uh, I don't, I don't want to go back. I'm not used to going backwards. I'm used to moving forwards. Thank you for the compliment. Esoteric doll, my experience with runes. That's a nice change up. And just as a last comment, Kami, I don't do that. Your request I won't fulfill because I don't do that. I don't look at other people's lives that I don't know about. Um, Use real world sense to discover the other person. Um, just I'm not that dude. I don't have that kind of heart. I'm not. I know what I can do and shit. Well, you already put the dude's name, so let's just say that my soul and your soul and Harry's soul will figure out the shit, and life will get smoother. Give it, give it 3 days time. Give it 3 days of patience. You could say no to everything for 3 days if you want to, with this other individual, Harry. On the fourth day, on the fourth day, not the third day, on the fourth day, you'll see a change. You'll see truth start to come out. You'll start to realize things. Things will slip out of Harry's mouth. Things will come out from other people. You'll notice something on the radio that's going to pop up, and it's going to be talking exactly about what you're thinking about. This shit is confirmation to let you know that the shit's. Let's just let you have the psychicness so that you can connect with your personal situation and all those memories and everything. Give it, telling you, give it the fourth day. You'll see change. You'll see change. We'll, we'll get you. We'll get you. We'll get you. We'll get the path forward and clear for you. Just more along the terms that like I'm comfortable doing. It's all positive, all good, all smooth. Yeah. Um, Runes. Okay, so one of my biggest. You know what? One of my biggest readings of Rue. Okay, so the first time I had an interaction with runes, I wasn't messing with tarot. I wasn't messing with any. Maybe I had a tarot deck. Maybe I had a tarot deck, but I wasn't messing with it on the regular. I wasn't getting all extra into it or anything like that. Then there's this shaman dude I knew, and but he was out of the game. Not because he was drinking, not because he was on anything. He went through some relationship, community bullshit, lies, that kind of not doing good. Shat on. The good guy got shat on by everybody, and now he's a recluse. And he was the fucking shaman of the group, okay? So I saw this dude like a brother from the get go. The first time I saw him is him and another dude that were together, and I was like, not together, but hanging out. And I was like, these two dudes are like my fucking brothers, like light and dark, right there. What's up, guys? And that's what I wanted to do. But anyways, and so he was living, just right across from me. Like 5 minute walk. Just he's right there, right across the street, and I go visit with him and stuff. And I had been just hanging out with them, and just hanging out with them kind of built him up a little bit. And he actually started coming and hanging out at my place a little bit because he wasn't going nowhere for nothing. He didn't want to talk to nobody, want to hear nobody. Like it was horrible. It was like he was all by himself, really. Like he thought the whole world was against him now, and like literally the whole community and everybody, he thought everybody believed every lie that was told. And I knew the situation because I knew the girl he was with, and it was very it, some shady shit, magic shady shit, bad dark shit going on. I tell you, he was attacked. He was attacked like I was attacked. And but anyways, and I went over. He started coming over, and one day I said, bro, I said, he offered at one point, and I passed it up to for him to do a reading for me, and I was like, no, it's okay, whatever. And then this one time came up, and I was like, dude, would you bring your runes? Would you like come do a reading for me? I really would like a reading in runes from you. And he brought his runes, bones, and cards, and every medium he used, and he used them all for me independently, but to tell me more big, large, everything he could share. And right away, I saw a multitude of systems being utilized, and I was like, oh my God, my brain just went on the awareness of tarot and this and that and that, and this was like, holy crikey. And so, really, he kind of gave me my first lesson of how to do a really great reading. But he just did what he did, and I took it to the next step because I combine my stuff. I just bring it together. I don't leave things separate. I immediately combine it to get a fuller message, and I saw the success that came from what he did, and that was the first rune working that I got, and um, I asked somebody to buy me some runes, and they bought me some. They went online and bought me some, and they were smooth ones. Some people say your runes should have certain edges, be a certain shape and whatnot. Mine are river rocks, river stones, smooth stones. In any regard, I did a reading of runes, and for myself, one day I was completely inclined to, and this particular sequence popped out of runes, and it goes further down. And essentially, it's saying that by necessity, there was two of these ones that were drawn, and so by necessity, the two divine stallions are going to be hooked up to the divine chariot of the All Father, in which he's going to be driving or directing, and he's going to be carrying the seed of the tree of life with him, in which he's going to essentially be handing off to the divine mother, and then she's going to be giving that to the world. And then I'm not lying and I'm not exaggerating, bro, like at all. Dude, like it was maybe a year and a half, and I went back to this particular temple, and they had a chariot that was made out of teak wood and overlaid with gold. And the priests were on the chariot, and we pushed. I was ahead with my shofar right here, blowing my shofar, and I think I helped push as well, and the chariot, and for a little bit, and and they were on there with the Divine Mother on it. All the priests, all the male priests with the Divine Mother, like with her piece was on there. I was like, it's like this like came true. This shit came. They didn't have that. They didn't have no chariot there. They didn't have that. I didn't share this with them. Some pretty interesting stuff. There's the Temple of the Eternal Mother. There's the Mother. It's the Mother all the way. She was a sinner. Runes are powerful. That's why I mentioned Ordine and all their names and so forth in the blessings in the morning, because Ordine is very, very active in this world. I'll tell you what, it's a lot more active than people perceive him to be. I told one person, and I'll tell you all as well. She said she was trying to connect with, or she said, I'm gonna use her verbiage. She was trying to connect with Odin. I said, you're saying the name. I said this is how you pronounce the name. Ordine. 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 That's how you pronounce it. She pronounced it once, and she had an anomalous event happen. Literally, the moment she spoke it. She was on the path of connecting with him. He was aware that she was trying to connect with him. That's why he brought her to me, so I could let her know how to pronounce his name. And as soon as she did, boom, connection made. When you actually make connection, you get response. That's why, like, prayers are, you generally thinking of a prayer, it's like sending a message out. But actual connection bears not only communication going to, but also the echo of communication coming back, the acknowledgement that contact was made. First contact. Have you had first contact? You may have made first contact in your life and actually didn't know it. I mean, come on, why would any intelligent species of beings step foot on this planet that weren't human and from here? If you could look at our history of humanity, who the fuck would do that? Nothing and no one with any intelligence would stick the fuck around. They're going to look from the sky or hidden in the earth or somewhere we can't find them on the norm, that's for sure. But you can be darn guaranteed that they know about the frequency of thoughts. They know the frequency of intelligence. They know the frequency of something that has a beating heart and lights up with magnetism that's emotions, and then says, "Ooh, I want to change the world. I'm going to do this." They can see these. They can see what we do. They can see in the dark. They can see better than we can. Let me be technical. Multidimensionally, they can hear better. We actually got a pretty damn good sight of vision. Their connection with sound is off the fucking charts, which leaves everything in the fucking dust. Sound is everything. That is the fucking molecules in the air. I watched this video the other day, and this, I can't explain it correctly, but I'm going to do it anyways. They had a water droplet on the end of this little fucking stick thing, and a dude played different sounds from different instruments, and the water had different types of distortions or anomalous effects. And when the dude played a cello, little bubbles inside the bubble appeared and would like do different. The cello was enough. Sound is creating not just the energy in the air around us, but it's having an impact because water, we are 70% plus water, so the sound we are exposing ourselves to, whoo, that's going to be an environment that can either be stable and harmonious, or it's going to be chaotic and it can't heal. If it's in a state of chaos, survival, panic, the resources of the body that's natural within cannot go into a healing state. Therefore, the body will age rapidly and people will look beyond their years. But somebody at peace, somebody not frivolously brought down by negativity all day long. It happens. Sure, it happens. I lost my shit over my coffee pot this morning. You fucking coffee. I just wanted to just. I'll come on live 5 hours a day. I don't care. I'll go to bed at 6 o'clock every night. I've been getting to bed by 8 o'clock. I went to bed at 7 o'clock yesterday, bro. 7 fucking p.m. I'm going to bed fucking early to do this shit, okay? Like, I just want to fucking I just want to push a button so my coffee starts. I don't have to spend 45 minutes making coffee. You know what it's like waking up at 2 in the morning to make 45 minutes for coffee? Anyways, I'm not going to go on with that. I got it done anyways. I said, I guess I need some more silver in my life. So I got this little silver pitcher here. This little water pitcher. So I said, I'll just warm the freaking water up on the stove, and I'll just fill that up with hot water. And so since it's silver, well, silver is actually very cleansing. And if you didn't know, got some real interesting history stuff to share with you. All right. So the royal people in Europe, they generally did not get sick in times when like people were getting sick from plagues and shit like that, because their cups were made of pure silver. Silver is very what's the correct word? It kills bad bacteria. It's very cleansing. Literally, the components of what silver is, if you put liquid in silver and it has a bad bacteria in it, the silver will kill the bad bacteria. So when you drink it, it doesn't hurt you. It's dead bacteria. It's not doing nothing bad to you. It's boom. So silver is a very, very important thing. Talking about like water filtration and stuff like that. A silver glass, a silver pot. Maybe there's something in the water I don't know about right now, and I need to put that hot water in that silver first so that it cleans whatever bad bacteria out is in there. Who knows? Who knows? But that emotion doesn't last all day for me. That's the point of it. It lasted in that moment. Okay, boom. I got a solution in place. Fine. I'm just going with that. I ain't worried about it. I'm moving on with my day. I don't have time to. I want coffee. I could care less. I just want. If I got to put the grounds in the hot water, shoot, I'll do it. That's what winds up aging people beyond their years, is holding on to those negative emotions well past what they need to be experienced. Mistakes in life happen. Folly from somebody occurs. Life isn't just going to be a series of pure successes, but even in the failures, it's not a down slump. It's more of a learning curve to where we never go back down. We just keep going up. We got something new to experience, we're going to go up. So we start up, we're going to go up, we're going to go up. We're not sliding back. That's why something very important I found in life is that we're always moving forward. Do not go straight ahead. The road does not go straight. It turns, it curves, it bends, it goes up, we are going forward. Something very important to know about your life. And you can connect it with all those movie scenes you've watched, the badass motherfucking hero with the explosion, boom, and he's just walking on, doesn't look back. I'm going to tell you why the hero does not look back. No, it's not just to look cool, it's bigger than that. How can you be cool if you're next to an explosion? That's just gonna be hot. Anyways. Funny enough, the story comes out the Bible, but it has further esoteric meaning going further back than just that story. Remember when what's her name with Lot and they're running from whichever city, and like she looks back and turns to a pillar of salt, right? So she boom, just no more forward progress. She's stuck right there. This is true. I found this out for a fact. If you look back when you're walking away from something, you're walking away from the spiritual energy. You're walking away from the vibration. If you rotate your motherfucking head to look and lock eyes with that object, that thing, or that person, the spirits, the energy, the frequency is absorbed right into you that instant, and you walk off with it. If you look back, you're bringing them with you. If you don't look back, you ain't taking it with you. So when the explosion happens for the hero and he's walking off and he ain't looking back, that explosion ain't coming into his life in the future. That's in the past. He just fucking stopped the domino effect. Boom. We fucking stopped the goddamn generational curse from continually going on and on and on. Because we didn't look back. We kept moving the fuck forward. And that translates, if you do this physically in life, this translates into how you will mentally deal with things. Because the moment you decide to walk away from something, your brain will say, nope, all that shit, put it in the trash can. Don't give a fuck for it. I got the lessons already. I already extrapolated the gold. All the other material was waste. Get rid of the waste. I got the gold. Get rid of all that extra weight. We don't need it on the shoulders. That belongs to somebody else. Nothing on my motherfucking back. Dusted my feet off. Boom, boom. Boom, boom. And now people wonder why you're not so emotionally connected to them, or stuck or angry because they're angry and you're supposed to be angry but you're not. What? Yeah, fuck that. Don't need those shenanigans. Don't need, don't want. Someone else could have all that they want. I give it all away. Nicole Wilder. There's an option on the thing, and you can let's see. I think there's a way to literally hold the screen if you're on a tablet or phone or whatever. Hold the screen. It's gonna bring up a menu. It'll look like this. Okay. Bullshit. It'll look like that. Anyways, and then it has live chat, and you can literally hit a button and it turns the live chat off. You can't see it, can't see the comments. You can just enjoy. And for the most part, I'm not looking at the chat too terribly much. I appreciate the comments. I'm kind of checking it out right now, but just to let you know that that available is an option. And super welcome, Nicole. Did you have another question, Kami? Oh, thank you for your blessings. I appreciate that, bro. Nicole, okay, I saw your comment there about somebody there. Yep. It's in doing that, that's where I found like not telling the person that the gift is a parting gift, but like getting them a gift is a lot better than misunderstandings or trying to get them to figure the intention to want some good. I found was best in the what I read, and literally is getting that person a gift, because then that just leaves a positive memory for the future. Then your friends in the future, your allies, the doors are open for good things, not bad things. And if bad things happen, well, then that would be an influence of her friends and her environment that she stayed in, and you'd be able to see yourself free and not stuck in that. And so again, like that piece at the end is it took me many years to figure that out, and that changed the dynamic of everything in my life. It really did, because as I've mentioned before, if I meet a friend, if I meet somebody new, the likely thing that's going to happen is that our time together is going to be temporary. No matter how long it lasts, I know it's going to be temporary. So I want a good ending. I want a peaceful ending, and it's not always possible. But man, it certainly does make for a much better journey in the future. And who knows what can come back together, and it could. There's this one dude, I didn't see him for 8 plus years. Had no clue. Didn't have his phone number. Didn't know where he was, and boom, we ran back into each other. And because everything was on a good term, good note, you were able to have 2 3 days of some good solid hanging out, positive memories. Well, you going through that, I'm going through this, and all sorts of cool stuff. And those moments are really nice. um, but yeah, that's not easy. Nonetheless, it is not easy. But that is a journey. That is a journey of life which will help you very much, because the spirits, the divines, people, everything notices your actions and your decisions. And so to say no because something's being a bad influence, Oh, it's a solid decision. That's a solid action. And many blessings on that path. Did you want some tarot cards, Eric? Would you like a tarot reading? Tarot oracle, whatnot? That's cool to hear, James. Yeah, yeah. For me, it only happened for I want to say like less than 24 hours. It happened like that first day, and that music sticks in. But the reason why I believe that is what I mentioned the other day, is because when we're accessing a new ability, a new sense, that's going to be very heightened the first day. We're going to hear it superlatively. We're going to experience it to a very, very intense degree. And then we're going to become attuned to it. I'm going to do it. I'm going to use the analogy, the Matrix with Neo. The first time he takes the needle and like plugs it into the back of his head when he's sitting up in the chair, he's like, oh, and he's squeezing his teeth together. And then after that, it's pretty. He can go through it over and over. And he gets more accustomed to the experience, and then you just jump in. They're not doing that every time you jump in, and it happens. And so it's really that impulse, that first activation, and now your body is literally vibrating at that tunage. Your body is literally singing out that kind of a tunage into existence. That's your like baseline vibration. It said that the angels sing continually, endlessly. It says that the angels sing constantly. The angels never stop singing. If it is a vibration and it has a regular pattern, it's going out and it's pulsing, and that vibration can be heard. People hook up things to plants, and you can hear the sound of a plant that the plant is making, or the tree, or different things like that. There's sound in everything, and that's what it's talking about when it says that the angels sing continuously. Even when we're asleep and resting, our bodies are singing, they're humming at that frequency of being. That's why people who sleep within our vicinity, they have, generally speaking, they'll have better sleep on the normal. They'll actually be able to go to sleep when they couldn't go to sleep in the past, because it sends out that vibration, that peace. It's just, it's beautiful to the body. It's beautiful to the senses all the way around. That's heaven right there. Is to be able to know what's going on in my world, know that I can't change something in the moment, but I know a good miracle's going to work out, so I don't have to trip out or get all anxious about it. And I'm going to do what I need to do, and my body naturally is going to sing the recipe of whatever my future needs to be. If you want to be stuck to destiny, you could believe with that mindset. But for many of us, myself in particular, I tell you what, man, that peace, it's bliss. It's bliss as much as it could be embodied consciously and knowingly. able to pay attention to the surroundings, able to be aware of the threats, able to know how to figure out something Johnny on the spot to get out of a problem, shall it arise. But I don't need to waste time worrying about a problem that I can't fucking do anything about. So I'm gonna focus on some other good stuff. And I'm gonna live my life in a heavenly state of peace so my body can stay young, so I can look younger than my years, so the scars and the hits I've taken in life don't make my body look like a wretched old individual who's been through the ringer, because that's what stress does. Stress, anxiety, all of that. Look, I'll just tell you personally, you already know. My mom worried herself to the grave. She made a beeline through all that worrying, no peace. But I'll tell you what she taught me in all of that. Taught me the value of peace. She used her own life to teach me a valuable lesson, but she didn't do much different than her father did. I don't find it interesting anymore that my grandfather, he passed away before he turned 60. He was still in his 50s when he died. And my mom was 56 when she passed away. They both did enough worrying in their lives. She followed that pattern, and I broke the pattern. So I ain't gonna worry. I'm gonna do what the Bible said. I'm gonna do what so many other books said. And I don't gotta go fight that fight. I just gotta make a call with my heart, and someone out there is gonna hear me, and they're gonna take care and squash that shit. I was watching this movie. I forget which movie it was. I don't know. I can't remember. Don't even know the name. I don't even remember what it's about. But the dude said, "Oh man, I spun it away from myself." Crow's back. Oh, that's great. Hey man, run as far as you can and can't hold anything else against yourself. Most people, they save energy for the return trip. I just, I ain't looking back. I wasn't planning on going back. I mean, I wasn't looking that far. I spent it all my energy. That's why I made it to the other side. That's why other people turn back. I can't find it. It's okay. Eric, I said I was going to pull some cards for you. You still with us, Eric? Just put a message in the chat log, and if you are, I'll pull some cards. Yes, awesome. All right, we'll pull some cards for you, Eric, and we'll do more readings afterwards. I know Kami wants to read in. If Kami's still here, I'll throw down the cards for you. Alright, we have, I may use all of them, I may use just some of them, a couple of them, we'll see how it goes. Yeah, I'm guided for each one. But we have an Egyptian tarot deck. It's an Egyptian based, has its own system of understanding to it. We have a cartomancy deck, which is more so closer to the 12th to 14th centuries. We have a Rider-Waite Keymaster tarot deck. It, like I said, goes with the Rider-Waite system. That's a kind of standard system of working with tarot for many decks. And then we have a Fairy Oracle deck as well. There's a card that my bracelet just flipped one card off the top. So I'm going to read this one for myself here. Yeah. Oh, that one for me said your friends will prove most treacherous. So I search for family. But that's really, man, that card really, that's like, that's humanity right there. It's a part of the spiritual journey is saying no to the wrong individuals so that your life is open to connect with people who are actually like what your heart is, who are like you. This whole magnetism thing I talk about, if we lie and go along with what other people like best, and they always have the better idea, and we never share our opinions, then we're not living our own life. That's something else going on. And then a lot of times we're all just young trying to have a good time, and that does not usually cook up a positive outcome for everybody. So learning to say no to that which you're trying to fit in that isn't you allows you to discover the self. And then once you discover the self, now you can truly find those who you actually hang with and chill with and actually get along with. So that time and that sequence can happen for, is this going on around the world? If that stops, shit, we did something right. We did something good. Alright, I'm gonna shuffle these cards up. one's for Eric. So this is the Seven of Pentacles, and this card is actually bringing out that there's high fortune in store for you due to your own personal efforts, unassisted by anyone. Don't let people take your abilities away from you. Know that you are capable to achieve success against the odds when you truly decide to put your focus onto something. And I get this strong feeling you already know that. You know that at the core of your being. So be aware of that. And that is very similar to the runes we pulled up earlier. Actually, didn't pull up, but was talking about. This next one is the King of Acorns, which talks about a father figure, um, family joys, nobility, family values, announces marriages, and inheritances. Know how to reciprocate. You already know how to reciprocate. You already know how to be aware of things. But I don't see that this is someone who comes into your life. I see this is the person that you become with the success that you can build. This will give you the ability to truly go where you must as the chariot, as the rider of the chariot, the king, right? The king on the chariot. The idea of the black and the white here is two opposing energies that you have been able to bring into union. You've been able to unite something that no one else can unite and bring together. And because you can do that, it allows you to create new opportunities for yourself and for others. And I want to be specific, primarily for others. Because if you wanted to create something new for yourself, you could, but this is where I see the creation going. That ability, that individual in the world. And this goes right along with so many prophecies throughout various religions and cultures. Because truly, we are each a king. It doesn't matter if you're masculine or feminine with your natural body as it is. You are a king. If you are not a king within your own realm of your own temple, then someone else is going to rule that bitch. And last time I checked, you got the keys to your body. You get to decide what your hands move and do and say and all that kind of stuff. So those keys weren't given to somebody else. You have those keys. So definitely, bro, don't give up on anything you do, Eric. And if you do give up, it's because you decided, you know what? Yeah, I don't like that. I'm not into that. I'm gonna try something else. That didn't satisfy me enough. I'm gonna do something different. Do that on your own accord. But don't quit because somebody told you you cannot do it. Because you definitely can. Yo, James, you got 6 little bells that you stumbled on? All right, bro. James, the bells. You said the music popped up for you, okay? You you could choose to do this or not. It's up to you, it's your call. But I would suggest put a bell on your key ring, put a bell on your person, put a bell, have one of those bells on you It's a reminder that you're that song, that moment, that finding those bells, that was a divine gift. That's a miraculous gift. That was one of the first things I was given on my shamanic path was bells, a rope of bells, and it was somebody else's, and they gave it to me, and they were really special, and I still have them, and yeah, 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 yeah. So I'm always jingling now. That's really awesome, bro. That's that. Congratulations on that. That's actually that's pretty big. Up north, Boomer said, Citra, how much you sleep? I always see you on when I'm on here. I do go to bed between 6 and 8 p.m. Uh, Yesterday I got to bed within the 7 o'clock hour, but generally speaking, and I wake up about 2 a.m. Well, I've been waking up at 2, but I really don't get up till like 3 or so. I try to pass back out and until like 3. So I do get, like 6 to 8 hours of sleep a night, hopefully. um, but yeah, we're live every single day, 5 a.m. live at 5 a.m. Eastern time, and that would be -4 GMT from 5 a.m. to 5 till 10 a.m. Every day. At least currently, that's what we've been up to. I think we're on, what is this? Episode 113, maybe? Episode airing, whatever you want to call it. Tally ho, I did. I did make it through another one. Yeah, it's about 7 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. Uh, and about there. It takes about 2 hours to go through on that one. But again, it'll be available live on the replay today, about 45 minutes after the live is over. It's in the Invisible College section of playlists. Hey, Venom Child 21 too. I'll send you my address and the name of this restaurant that delivers pizzas and burgers. And if you want to order me a burger, I'll be happy, dude. You could order a fucking, triple burger. I'll munch it down, dude. I'll scarf it. I ain't got money for it. I'd love to eat. I'd love to eat more. I'd eat more. I'd work out more. I could do more. I don't. I the donations I've got. I've paid rent, and I have enough money to cover rent for this next month, and then I got to start asking for donations after that. And so, you know, I appreciate your consideration of seeing and observing my state. Appreciate that. Uh, Jonay, Jonay. No, I don't want to be a cult leader. Actually, I tell people constantly and daily, follow your heart. Don't follow me. Don't follow anybody else. They don't have, follow your heart, because your heart is that golden thread that's going to get you where you want to be in life. By trying to follow and fit in with somebody else, that's not you. That's not who you are. You don't get into heaven saying, "Oh, I got the right suit on. I got this religion, and we're getting right. We get in first." That's what I was told. Nah, bro, it don't work like that. How's your heart doing? Where's that vibration at? That's what we're looking at. We're looking at your heart vibration. That's what lets you into that peaceful state of bliss that is truly earned. Last time I checked, bliss is a state of some type of good happiness, and there ain't even no thought that comes with it. And I do my intense studies and readings and everything. We'll do a reading for you, Kami, here in just a moment. Um, we'll do that for you. And the Tarot Oracle reading for you. But I do my readings, I do my study, I know my legits, I get into that mode. But when I'm in a state of peace, it truly is heavenly. It is truly blissful. I don't have wondering questions in my head. I don't have who's doing this to me in my head. I don't have I need to get that from that person in my head. I have what do I want to do next? I don't know. What do birds sound like? Oh, I don't know. Like, see what's on TV, or I know I got 3 video games I want to pick up and play. So I'll play one of those. I'll work on a little bit of this. I don't know. I'll figure out when I get there. Shit, I ain't planning tomorrow. Are you planning tomorrow? Because if you're planning tomorrow, you might not be living in the moment. Unless living in the moment involves your planning of tomorrow, because I do advocate for that. I really do. Sometimes we can't do what we want to right now, and well, work on the plan. If you work on the plan every single day for like 6 weeks, then when the opportunity comes to mess with it, because guess what? Me doing nothing ain't gonna last forever. I'm gonna get my hands on that shit again at some point, and when I do, I would have done all this planning and all this stuff, and then, shoot, I know what I'm doing now. What do I mean by planning? I don't mean manipulating an event. Here's what I mean. Okay, sword work. You got sword work. You got the sword, right? You got the long sword, medieval history, right? 15th century, 1400s, right? So essentially, you got something called a feint. I'm going to feint forward. So I'm going to act like I'm coming in for this attack, right? Person's going to come and deal with my blade, but I was never going there at all. So literally, my blade just came down at the other fucking point of their head. I disengaged. They fucking went for what I served. Their whole body muscle and everything went into it, along with some swifty footwork. My blade was at the back of their throat, the back of their neck. Made it to the back of their throat. So, learning of various amount of systems to allow somebody to come at you and do whatever they want, it's going to expose them pretty quick. Their energy is going to be moving forward in one direction. I know what happens with energy when it moves in one direction. The body follows it all the way down to the ground. You don't have to fight other energies. You can just let them exist. I found if they're going fast, here, take some speed. Go faster. If you're really proficient in what you're doing, you're not going to have an accident. You're going to have a creation. If you're not proficient in what you're doing, you are going to have an accident and you're going to total out all on your own. Good. Go ahead. I don't care. You messing with shit you shouldn't have been. You knew better. What are you doing, Buster? I didn't do it. It was the man with 2 arms. I tell you, he had 2 arms. Well, I meant 1 arm. Let's pull some cards for you, Connie. right, Kami, this one's for you. Let me just put a comment in the chat, Kami, so that I know that you're there. Oh, sweet, sweet. All right. So the first card we got here is the Scepter. And this one is talking about creative intelligence, useful labor, and final success. Creative intelligence, useful labor, and final success. Our second card here is the Eight of Hearts. And this one is bringing out a strong woman who supports you, your mother, sister, spouse, or sincere friend. Card indicating serenity and cooperation. You can open up your heart without hesitation and be confident. You can. You can open your heart with confidence and without hesitation. And the three, the Empress, which is pretty significant on quite a few ways. But to mention this one, the Empress is aware of her grace and radiance. She remains calm and waits, lets life take its course. Gold and white dominate the image with a lightness. She carries her insignia to the left. The golden apple itself rotates between heaven and earth in a circular pattern of life, and something rich and enriching is being created. Growth from the seed of nothingness, of water, of stars, of earth, the white serpent of salvation, the seduction to live, winds great winds gracefully at her feet. She lets the serpent be, and she lets the seed flourish. The plants grow by themselves, and she is the guardian of growth. Guardian of growth. Creation, work, labor, success of that. Support, cooperation, serenity with a lady, a woman who is going to protect that creation from beginning to end, which will bring you to creating the magic of nature into this world itself. I want to read this card in particular, Magic of Nature. Let's see what the fairies would like to say regarding this. Spend time outdoors among the flowers, plants, and trees. Nature has powerful gifts that she wants to share with you, including ideas, information, and healing energy. When you are disconnected from Mother Earth, you may feel depressed or lethargic without knowing why. Earth too feels distraught when you don't connect with her on a regular basis. She needs you to be amidst her beauty so that she can telegraph information to you. In this way, you'll know best how to care for your planet. By drawing this card, you're being urged to spend time daily, even as little as 5 minutes outside in nature. Remove your shoes, socks, or nylons and connect your bare feet with the soil, sod, or sand. Close your eyes and take a few deep breaths as you're surrounded by the magical energy of nature, and mentally ask the fairies to help you with any issues you may have. Then open your eyes and look for their flittering light, which is the first sign that you're seeing the fairies that surround you. This has an affirmation, and I'm gonna see if this will go right in with it on a voice thing, so you might be able to have it. I love being outside in nature. I feel energized by the sunshine, fresh air, plants, and animals. I take excellent care of every living being, including myself. Very welcome, Kami. That's good. Didn't exactly go through, but if you do want that affirmation to go through to copy it, just let me know. But let's see. Sweet, sweet. And just to let you know, for anybody who doesn't care for comments, all you gotta do, sweet, love it, Kami, wonderful. All you gotta do is hold the screen, hold the button. It'll pop up another option, that menu. It'll pop up that menu, and all you gotta do, it has live chat. And then you just click that, chat goes away. You don't see the words on the screen. You can just get a solid video through and through. See, that's where I live life with my heart open. I don't close my heart anymore. My heart's always open. That's what people don't understand. And others, however they do, they do. But I've learned that the memories of my past, I carry those with me every single moment. It reminds me of what I have survived. It reminds me of all the good. I, my family, my friends, all that's right with me. It doesn't matter how they view it, how they think of it, how they saw the ending. The good times existed, and when those good times existed, there was no bad outside influence. It really that moment could really exist, and it was pure for what it was. And if somebody came along or something came along and changed circumstances, and now that person thinks or feels or whatever differently from me, well, then that's theirs. But I'm gonna focus on that good stuff. I'm gonna carry those with me. I'm gonna be aware of that, because when somebody does something and they take an old wound and they start gashing at my old wound, well, I'm gonna feel that the instant it happens. I know. I know the sting of sensitivity, and I know the intricateness of getting that close to do that. If I walk around with my heart truly closed off, then people do things to me, and I'm able to not think about it. I'm able to not be aware of it. And that truly is where I become lost. I got to remember. I got to know. And that's my path forward. An open heart, that's the only way forward. A closed heart, living in fear. That's fear. It's fear-based mentality. A closed heart is fear-based mentality. Oh, it's gonna make me cry, and they're not gonna talk to me ever again. If that's, I've met some ladies And I walked up to him and I said, I think we get along and stuff. I'd like to get to know you. And they said, nah, that ain't happening. But you know what? You're pretty interesting. Let's chat. Let's be friends. Really? Yeah. Cool. All right. I've had a lot of girl friends that were not a girlfriend. That's fucking cool. That's cool too. Shit. Doesn't have to just go that route. But the fact that I could open my mouth, I could say what I was feeling, and they didn't judge me for the negative and like just never talk to me again, that told me they had a good heart. And I want to hang out with somebody who's got a good heart. I know that much. I don't want to hang out with somebody who doesn't have a good heart. That's why I'd rather be alone. Because can't find nobody with a good heart. Got a good heart? Happy to hang out with you, shoot the shit with you, smoke a joint with you, drink whatever, what the fuck ever. Let's have a good old time. Drink coffee with you. I'm glad we could do that reading for you, Tommy. I'm glad that brought some peace to you there. But truly, like when I speak my truth to somebody, and it was innocently, I wasn't. Here's my cards on the table. I'm not playing games, and they just treat me bad after I did that. I'm glad I did that because that's how they viewed me every single day in our interactions, which I wondered why did they do that and why did they do that? Because that's the way they fucking felt about me the whole damn time. I just got the evidence, that's all. And the evidence was a natural, regular hanging out with you. We often ignore things that we don't like because we want to enjoy the good times. If you do that, you can't stay there. You can't endure. Bad things are going to happen. Manipulation, control, and all sorts of other chaos is going to go on. But when I can walk and see and I know that you're talking and being because it's who you are, I know how to, I know if I got a salesman talking to me. You ever had a salesman talking to you? Yeah, always trying to sell you something. Gotta buy this, gotta buy that. You need this, you need that. You'll be in the fucking goddamn ice all around you, and they trying to sell you ice. You know, like, come on, man, really? And they went, and they good enough to do it. But those kind of people, they even sell ideas and distractions, and confusion as well, not just products. I become very aware of. I connect things together. Being a Capricorn, I connect things together. I see that the person was trying to keep them separated, so I didn't see what they were really up to. But I could see a diverse set of personalities working so that it could accomplish what the brain, what the mind, what the person was actually after, what the intention was. That's why I like being a kid. Because my only intention is to have fun and help people not get hurt no more. That's my intention. That's what I work at. Fundamentally, spiritually, historically, modernly, every which way, up and down, left and right. Let me look at the whole field of it. Only when we combine different dimensions of reality can we see a truly unique picture. You will design that uniqueness through your own desires, your own likes and dislikes. Your diversity in this world is like confetti in plain nothing. We need some flavor in this world. We need some pizzazz. I tell you one thing. I've seen a couple videos on, and I love it every time I see it. And I don't know if maybe they just plan to do it or what's going on, but I love it every time I see it. And usually it's like in Europe or something like that. But like, or they'll, but these musicians, like there'll be one musician and like some kid will donate some money or whatever for a song, and then the second person will come out and this whole row of violinists will come out, and it's a whole symphony that's happening outside for free, unexpectedly, not planned. There's no flyers. It's just happening, and just the people that are enjoying it. I mean, that's life right there. That's living. That's living. That's not making people say, well, you don't get to enjoy this beauty if you can't afford it. They did it for any whoever's coming by, man, and that's what they love to do. And so I think that kind of thing is most welcome and really needed in our world. I mean, you got these groups that go out and they do protests, and I am not against protests and all that, but they do things on a negative note. I you already know what I'm talking about, but I'm not going to mention specifics. But you know that one when they went out dressed up in the frog out suit and all those like plush outfits and stuff. That's cool. That was fucking cool. That was genius, man. They all in these like fluffy outfits, different characters walking around and shit. That's fucking cool. What a statement to make. That's some flavor. That's some flavor. I'll tell you what. That was cool. Oh, be quiet. I just saw like 1,000 people dressed up in the little minion outfits, and the whole fucking street was swamped with minions. Oh, that's fucking hilarious. You're just spreading a bunch of love, giving flowers and candies to everybody. Oh, I hope you're having a good day, and if you're not having a good day, may you have a good day. May it become good somehow. May something turn in the odds of your favor. I don't know how a smile could pop out of nowhere, but it's happened for me more than once. I'll tell you what. I do have a GoFundMe connected to my page, my main page. Like if you click my image, it'll have my GoFundMe link, and I've been getting donations, and that's how I've been able to keep a roof over my head. And so, if you want to do that, it's cool. You can do that there. If you are interested, I do have a book that I've written, and I can either send you a free digital copy, free PDF, or you can go onto Amazon and get yourself a copy, etc. Same name as the site, as the page, as the email, and but if you do want a copy of that, there's my email. Oh, you can email me. I'll send you a free copy right back. And if you want to donate, you could. If not, no worries, no biggie. Um, but in letting go of the past, truly, it's finding some quiet time in life to truly let go of things that we want to control or change or create into our future, like the negative things. To truly let go of them is to really no longer think about them. I know when I let go of something, I don't think about it anymore. I buried it. It's gone. It's done. There's nothing to mess with it. I figured it all out. I figured the whole puzzle and took it apart and separated and saw it and put it back together, and I learned that one. I set it to the side. I've been working on other stuff throughout my life. And this really, and being able to allow the quiet time to come into one's life when others aren't so pressing, when we don't have all of those concerns, whatever we wound up letting go of, we're able to have some quiet time. We don't have to fill constant boom, boom, raw, raw, yay into that time slot. Quiet time with oneself, be able to process, think about, maybe just be at peace, because uh, we've been on edge with the nerves. They've been constant. And so to shift into being able to relax and have that quiet time, that's a change, that's a shift. And so to be aware that habits are changing, likes, boundaries, whatever the case, there's a state of change, of adapting to these new circumstances, because we don't have all that chaotic stuff in our life anymore. And that's what's really going to let us feel safe, is when we realize that there's nothing truly coming after us in the world. There's nothing trying to really hurt us, except if we go mess with something that wasn't good, well, we're going to get contaminated with it in some form or another. So if I don't mess with anything and I'm pretty solid emotionally and mentally and all that kind of wise, and then I start interacting with somebody and my life becomes chaotic, I know why my life became chaotic. Let me just back up away from that individual, not for me to hang out with. Let me grow mosey on this way, and I'm gonna find that good, solid best friend, family member, or I'm gonna remain in my peace and harmony, and I'm gonna keep having and enjoying each day and waking up happy and doing what I do. But truly, when we feel safe, that's when we can truly do anything. When I feel safe, I can act like a little kid. I could play. I could do whatever. If I don't feel safe, if I feel like I'm being attacked, then I can't be a little kid. I gotta be serious. I gotta fucking take on the world like it is. Like, shit, we got some shit to deal with. Let's knock that shit out. Because as long as that's around, things are gonna get worse and worse and worse and worse and worse until I don't want to deal with, until I'm going to nip it in the butt the moment I see it, so I can get back to feeling safe and being the kid that I am, because that's what I like to do. I just want to have fun, man. In the most loving of ways, of blessing people in life, to allow the joy to overbound and overflow to others. You ever felt happy for no reason? You ever just get the chuckles, just you start laughing out of nowhere, just fucking pops up? It's happened to me a lot. And something like that happening, that's not just chance happening. There were circumstances that created an environment for me to tap into that happiness. Paying attention to those kind of things in my life, because that's what I'm chasing after. You can buy an object to influence your emotions, but you cannot pay money to change your emotions. It doesn't. You don't like put a dollar bill in the mouth and it slides in. You feel happy. It's just not exactly how it works. Um, Emotions is like energy, and money is like physical reality. And somehow people think that they're interchangeable. I could trade this and get that for it. Well, that's all temporary. That truly is like playing a board game, because it should end at any moment. Uh, why I keep having. I was told as a kid, man, keep your eye on the prize, kind of thing. And that prize never left my sight. And that prize is love, not love from or of one person, but love for me to embody love as much as I can in every single detailed aspect that I can learn in this human life. Because there's so many ways to express that emotion, that spirit, that state of love. It doesn't have to be singular. That's what I did at one point in my life. I looked at relationships and shit, and I said, well, if I could love intensely, like massively intensely, like, so if I take all that energy that I would give to one person and instead I just bless the world with it, if I reformulate that energy, that's some potent stuff right there. I'll bless the world with that energy. I'll bless those around me with that energy. The ones that I find on my route that really need it. Yep. Yeah, that sounds pretty good route. That's what I decided on years ago. Everything else seemed pretty passing, temporary, brief, conditional. I love you because you do this for me. There's some people chasing love, lovey-dovey love. I was in love with somebody and they told me many times, not just once. And every time they said it, it was not a joke. It was serious. The only reason why she got with her ex-husband was because he could cook and because he was a mechanic, could fix her car and cook her food. Only reason why she got with me, because I could do this and this and that. She just got me for how she could use what I could do. I was in love and she was just enjoying life. Just because you're in love doesn't mean that's what the other person feels. That's discovery. That's a discovery. And that's why am I saying love that is true. I look for love that is true because love that is true. It ain't gonna fold under that other stuff. Love that is true is gonna do what it do, day in and day out, whether somebody coming along or not. Don't matter none. Love is gonna do it. I love you. I do. The world wouldn't be what it is. I wouldn't have conveniences that I have if it wasn't for you. Well, but you don't do anything in particular. You're on this road and you matter. Your consciousness and your heart connects with more than just yourself. You're not having conversations with just yourself. We have thoughts in our head. And if we don't share those thoughts properly, then miscommunication happens. There's breaks in the bridge, and now people falling through and falling off. No guardrail, missing boards. The bridge is dilapidated now. That's why maintenance of one's own being is so important on a regular basis, to where it becomes a very lifestyle to stay in that state and to be able to know that, yeah, I can fix work, men, whatever I need to with what I need to when I get there. Yes, it's important to evaluate consequences or this or that or whatever. But in other places, shoot, the spirit just put me somewhere and it said, you don't need to be ready for anything. I just need you in the room. Just be in the room. That's all I need. With you being present, naturally going to do what I need you to do. Because you're the wild card nobody was counting on. I just get to be me. I can do that one. That's easy enough. Sheesh. And then you're not trying to impress anybody. Whoa. Whoa, you're not trying to impress anybody. Why are you trying to impress somebody? So they keep you around as a friend? Fuck that shit. You know what? Let me not impress you. So if you really are looking for a friend, you're going to find more than just something to be impressed with. Was that your expectation of me? Let me make sure I fail at it. Shit. I don't give a fuck to prove shit to anybody. I'm happy I can do it on a regular basis. Maybe everybody needed to see me screw up that one time so that those people watching they didn't think nothing of me. So I just kept building and doing what I'm doing. And then they look back sometime later and they're like, holy shit, should have knocked that out when it was smaller. It's too big now. So make your progress. Blaze forward. If you got solid intuition, if your heart's geared to one direction, move in it. Open your mouth. Put the cards where you put them. Yeah. Or not. It's your life and you get to choose what you want to do. That's what makes it fun. That's why when I'm hanging out with people and we're all just having a good time and somebody shows up and they start trying to tell people what to do, I'm like, get the fuck out. Who are you? I could care less who you are. You're just a controller. Let these people do what they want. So, Lorne, Lorne Baker, if we don't protect our past, we have no way to remember it. We have the Library of Alexandria and more opened up to us on these devices at any moment. There's so many books you can go download for absolute free, and it is completely okay to go download free books that are available to do so. You have access to satellites and to what they're looking at, what they're popping out, to the monitoring of the many different frequencies of our planet. You have have a vast amount of information available to you. And for me, the only way to properly remember the past is to live it as much as I personally can. I can't worry about another person's thoughts. I can only be concerned about my heart and the thoughts that I know that I regularly have. And that allows me to navigate my future because I'm able to see where I am in the moment. And so if I like something, I want to preserve it. I want to take care of it and help that to survive. And if I don't take care of it, then it is going to be forgotten and drawn on into the past. I have learned things that are a way of life for me, but if you ask me to tell you 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, I can't tell you. I don't know. I live it. I don't remember those all that technical information. You can fill your head up with it. My head's nah. I'm good. I've learned what I learned. I know what I do, and I'm putting in the hard code. This is what I'm programming in. This is screw everything else. This is all right. We good? Let me go play. That's what I'm used to. I do my work, and then I get to go play and have fun. That's what I do with my life, whether it be my room or life or spiritual stuff. It's just the way I am. To each their own. Some people they don't want to work; they just want to play. I've been around those people. Literally, I worked with them, 9 to 5 kind of shit. And I literally told them we were at a different portion side of the job, and boss couldn't see us. And these people were there's 3 guys, and they were all slowing me down. I could do the work faster by myself if they just got out of my way. So I said, guys, why don't y'all go take a seat on that little thing over there, enjoy yourselves, and I'll do the work. And when we get back, we'll just say we all did it. That sound okay to y'all? They said yes. I said, all right, sounds great. They did their thing, chatted, had fun. I enjoyed the background happiness. I busted my tush, got it all taken care of, and then we wind up getting back and told the boss, yep, we all take care of it. Job nice and good. All right, wonderful. Time wise and everything worked out wonderfully. I like to make progress. I don't care. I just want to make progress. I want to move forward and have a fun time. I don't care what you do. I'm doing what I'm doing. You want to help out? Great. You don't want to help out? I don't care. I'm not used to having people help out. Generally, for me to get help, it takes me about like 3 months, and then that's a maybe. We're still relying on a crapshoot on the day of delivery. Well, for me, the spirit's been working way too fast to say, well, what is 3 months? Like, I got some shit going down right now. I got to handle that and do it right now. So I can't wait 3 months out for somebody else to do what I got to do it now. So generally speaking, I do what I can if I can. Generally speaking, myself. The human tribe. I've got Cherokee and Lakota. I've got legit Aztec blood. I got old French, Spaniard. My grandma was literally, her last name was Cortez, literal descendant from Cortez himself. Yeah, the conquistador, that one. Yeah, I got the Aztec blood too. Yeah, I got some German in me too. I got a mix. I got a concoction in me, that's for sure. I learned that I'm sanely savage. I remember very much how I am, and I remember very much how others are. And the true savages are those who came into areas and slaughtered other people. Those are the true savages. The ones who just murder and kill, and they call it war, and so it's okay. The hell? Last time I checked, if you do something bad against another person, you get locked up for the rest of your life, kind of shit. But one man sends thousands of others to go die, and he's able to keep living and breathing, and he can send more people. What the fuck is wrong with this world? That is savage. Words are pretty darn important. Oh, that's interesting. So, um, Kosh, Kosh Cove, in your comments that you made, so essentially you just astrally traveled. You utilized the knot at the back of your skull. It's called your Jade Gate, and you were essentially able to. Now, if you've got some stuff at your house, then you did it yourself. But if I'm picking it up correctly, you were able to tap into the energy here, and you're able to you literally astrally projected. When you say you spaced out, that's because your spirit was astrally, your soul was traveling and doing something, and when it got done, you came back into your own being, into your flesh. That's when you were like, hey, I spaced out for a few minutes, because your soul departed from your flesh. It left it there, and the flesh will go on autopilot, but our brains are really like just because the soul ain't in it, literally. So if you can remember that kind of oh, is that, yeah, if you can remember that reality, um, of how, uh, let me properly, if you can go over where you were mentally, emotionally, everything that led up to you spacing out, that's your formula to do it anytime you want. Essentially, you achieved a massive, deep amount of meditation, and we do this without trying. It just happens by accident. Or this is why they need to put other things into our lives to distract us, because if they just left us alone with nothing, we would magically create and connect and do shit that has been fucking unheard of, because it's been closed up in a book somewhere by a secret group that says if we let them grow up, they'll start fucking taking over the world. Damn it, we gotta stay in control. And so they have all this shit. Here, you need this. Here, you need that. Here, you need this. Here, there's a new shiny. Oh, we have something faster. Oh, we have this. God damn it. Now you got a goddamn computer strapped to your head, and you're 24 hours a day inside of a fucking virtual room. Like, God, it could be cool on one side. Yeah, don't get me wrong. I was a kid and virtual games were cool. On another side, having that, whatever the case, man, the world's going in a bunch of different directions. To survive it, a solid heart and a solid found, that heart is your foundation. That is your true north. And everything else in this world that isn't fake, it truly is. That's, in a sense, that's why I kind of metaphorically carry a hammer. I don't literally carry a hammer. I need to get a Thor's hammer piece for my piece hanging. Yeah, but that's why I like figuratively, metaphorically. I go around with a hammer in life, hitting stuff. I'm not trying to break stuff. I'm not trying to destroy anything. But gosh darn it, I'm tired of being around fake shit. I'm tired of somebody giving me something that's supposed to be worth something. And there's nothing but just a fake piece of printed crap on something else. Nice book cover, shitty ass story. Very cool, Iron Bear. Red Cloud. Very good to meet you, Red Cloud. I was down I was down in New Mexico and I connected with the Blackfoot tribe, and they essentially gave me my native name. Um, that was the and it was White Shadow. And there's a reason why for White Shadow. The Divine Mother, she's she's seen as like the dark ocean, and so it's like all the inner thoughts. And what I've learned to be able to do is to be able to change destinies, to literally create a positive path where there was not one before. And so I can go into people's shadows, into their dark spot, and I can actually create a miraculous outcome. And so that's why they call it and white being a new life. So a new life from the old shadow is why they named me White Shadow. So that was not my that was interesting altogether. I tell you what about some of the experiences I've had on my path, like powerful, fucking powerful. And you can have these experiences too. You can go on this journey. It's possible. It is. It means just putting your heart first, telling the truth, letting the situation happen, and letting your ancestors, letting the divines, let the spirits answer for you. You're walking for them because they don't have a body. And so let them work, let them utilize the elements, man. They are the air, they are the water, they are the fire, they are the earth, they are the very elements that create up humans. They are inside every single human. We are not disconnected. If I have a problem with you, I have a problem with myself. If I can't get the lesson in my head, you know what? Sometimes you got to take a 2x4 and smack me upside the head to get that lesson through. So that's why the comes out, right? I learned I don't need to go through that to get the lesson. I can ask a question. I can pay attention to somebody else. I don't have to go through that hard time to get that information anymore. But it took me losing quite literally everything, including my daughters. They passed away. My mom, she passed away. Everything in my life, it required losing everything and everybody for me to say, what's the rest of the world up to? This shit I come from sucks. There's not a successful fucking community. If it was, I wouldn't be in the shit situation I am anymore. I wouldn't be feeling horrible every freaking day. I'd be feeling good. So screw the past of what man created, on to establishing heaven just like it was said to do. And since no other man on this world has had any balls or cojones to be like, yo, let's fight for some love and goodness, we got a whole bunch of people on that team, I'll tell you that much. That tribe of humanity does exist. And every single day, our lives, videos, interactions with other people, creating emotional vibrations of divine resonance, that changes. I got the Schumann resonance. That Schumann resonance, I don't know if you looked at it yesterday. Actually, it's off the charts just like normal. Thing seems to be resonating every day because people are resonating every day. That human resonance connects to people and what we be feeling and up to. Sometimes we pop out so much energy we knock out the darn sensor. Just black on the blue, blacked out. I'll tell you what I'm planning on though today is more sleep. I find it interesting where there's a lot of celestial events going on, I tend to sleep. You see, there's a difference. It's not a bad thing I'm saying towards anybody. It's just my reality I've lived, that I chose to live. And when I started getting into the spiritual stuff and the elements and the moon and all of those kind of cycles, I started changing. I started observing those. Let me make sure and do the new moon ceremony and the full moon thing and stuff like that, the recommended stuff or whatnot I'm inclined to do, look up and find out. And I did that on their particular times, and I did that for many years. And then after many years of following those times in particular, specifically as the highlight moment, as when I would do something, a jam or ceremony or something, there was some type of transition of overlapping in which it became just a regular occurrence. Make sure that I'm in that vibration. Make sure I'm carrying that vibration. Make sure I'm carrying that energy. Don't let that energy die out. If it was exhausted during the night, then when I wake up, raise that energy up. Keep it going constantly. And in doing that, what I have felt is that the ceremony was done properly for whatever celestial event, because that energy was updated and it was new and it was fresh, it was still in, it came in that day. And the energy that is put out into the world from any individual with enough propulsion, what's going on? It's going to swirl all the way around, and that new moon energy or that full moon energy or whichever celestial event is happening, that energy, that's part of it. It's part of the mix. It's now part of the mix of all of it. It's not just those celestial events. It's now the impact of that person or that temple, those ceremonies, that residence, that group of individuals. That energy is having an impact with all of us around the world. Our energy is not simply localized. For some, yeah, it's not going very far. It doesn't have much propulsion. Lower vibration, it ain't gonna travel that far. Higher vibration, it's gonna ripple out there. Emotions do come up. It's it's not about ignoring emotions. It's about processing them. Hey, there's never not going to be a sad event that happens in the future, but it's how we process that information, how we process that energy, and how we live with it every day. The connection that we wind up developing with somebody else, it's a choice. It truly is a choice. It can be a choice for you. It can be. Regular action to change what has been. I know that if I do something one day, it's not going to have a long term impact. If I just do sit ups and stretch one day, and not continually, then that stretching and sit-ups, they didn't do nothing for me in the long run. Barely anything. I had a better bowel movement. I moved my torso a little bit, and so that stuff moved through a little bit easier. But every single day, the body's gonna develop muscle, the body's gonna stretch a little bit, the body's gonna improve, it's gonna get used to the circumstances because it's a regular thing. And then one day when I need to run and I forgot to stretch that morning, guess what? I'm not gonna pull something, I'm not gonna pull anything because my body's stretched. I'd have at that long point, I'd have to sit down and not do nothing for 3 4 days, and body start feeling it or something like that. So the regular attention to something is what your lifestyle becomes. It's what your magnetism of living one vibrational energy actually draws to you, and or that which you yourself are drawn to. Both can be drawn to each other and meet at a meeting place, meeting spot unknowingly. I've had some very interesting encounters with individuals of the sort, and was not planning on it or anything like that, but wow, what a spiritual moment popped up out of nowhere. Holy crikey. It's beautiful. The future belongs to you and everybody else. The one who resonates their own energy field more, that's what's going to reach more people. Hearts change things. Your heart changes environments, changes people. Money, we may think, those of us at the bottom of the money scope of things may think many different things for those who have money. But one thing I'm constantly reminded of is all that money doesn't buy them peace. It doesn't buy them a real friend. I think it's somebody that has a lot of stuff in life, a lot of physical riches, and the people that wind up swarming around them is not people who have their personal interest at heart. They're around to get something. They see the shiny and the expensive, and if they're around, they just might get something that falls out of their pocket. So even for those individuals, there are, I'm not saying every single one of them is a bad person or, greedy or, doing something bad. There's a lot of good people out there in every single status and straight of life. But recognizing somebody's heart before anything else, that changes the dynamic of the interaction. Whatever title, whatever uniform, whatever's going on, to recognize somebody's heart and be another person to them, that changes the dynamic of the entire situation. When two hearts connect, it can't just be a judgment anymore. And a good when two hearts truly connect, I'm not talking about lovey-dovey stuff. That's nice too. But when two hearts truly connect and I can see somebody for who they are and that's real. There's something different that changes for the better in that atmosphere. And now we can actually talk to somebody. Now we can actually have a moment with somebody rather than just processing life. And that's where we all could use each other's help. Every single last one of us to each other could use it. Whether you be a bad person or a good person, whether you've done a bunch of good or whether you've done a bunch of bad, whether your intention was good or bad. Could all use a little bit of that. And that's a big reality I learned. I was at this one job and the owner of the company, I did something. It was not a good job. I messed up something. I knew it. I was waiting to be talked to by the owner, and he walked up to me. He said, "You're doing a good job. Keep it up." And walked on. And man, I just had the gumption to do a better job next time. Whatever he knew or talked about, I can't know for sure in the end. But he didn't come pick on me, and that makes me feel better. I feel happy and confident that I can do a better job next time. He changed my morale. Pick each other up rather than putting each other down. That's big. Let's help each other out. We all stuck in a hole somewhere for something. Let's shit get the fuck out and help someone else out. Boom boom. And that hole, that's our emotions. That's how we feel about ourselves. Not about other people. That's how we feel about ourselves. And for all those who do have a hard time getting to bed, I hope you can. I send good energy out your way. You may be able to get to bed and close your eyes and have some real peaceful, good rest. Myself, I wake up every time I wake up. I don't remember. I don't know what bad sleep is like. I guess I do tossing and turning and itching or something. It's funny sometimes I get an itch on my back and then I get an itch on my shoulder and I'm like, man, that's going on. I can't stay asleep because I keep getting these tiny little. I don't got nothing to be about. I took a shower and everything. What's going on? It's the spirits trying to keep me awake. Actually, I did watch a documentary, and this is actually pretty darn true, believe it or not. So when you're going to sleep and you get that one little itch, and then like you itch it, and then the other one pops up, it's because the energy in the body is literally focusing on that one point on the skin. Like literally, because the body's going to sleep, it's not using energy for other things. And that itch is literally a portion of your body that's in a state of repair, believe it or not. So I try not to itch my itches at that, and they come like, but no, I sleep pretty. I go to sleep, I wake up, and everything's right as rain as normal. So I hope you can have just as easy and good, peaceful sleep yourself to be able to get there and everything. There's a multitude of forms of meditation. There's the silent type and there's an active type. If you've never been to a temple in your life, yeah, I'll urge you to look one up if there's one nearby and go check it out. It's an interesting experience just to walk in and see it. It's like walking into another world. It's a beautiful reality. It's amazing what they do and what goes into the ceremonies as well. The energy being resonated and the love to share with another community, another group of people. It's a beautiful thing, and that's why I have enjoyed going to different religious places because the people are very kind. When they see that you're actually taking an interest in what they love and you actually care about it, man, that opens up some doors and windows, let some fresh air in. Get to see other ways of living and styles and being. I like to learn about other ways, about other systems. People seem to be satisfied with what has come out and they just look forward to the new song or the new album or the new movie. But I found that the wealth of stuff that I really enjoy learning about is truly It's in the ancient past, and it's a lot of stuff that people say, ooh, it's scary, it's spooky, ooh, don't mess with that. Because they had bad intentions when they messed with it, and they bit the bullet. They felt it. Because they didn't have a heart of love when they went to learn about that stuff. But I got a heart of love, so it's different. I got different results. I get different results with people. I get different results with spirits. I get different results because I do things differently than what I've seen people do. I see what fails in this world, and I do not copy failure. I do not copy failure. I follow success. I see something good that works. All right, let's try that out. Boom, solid works. I'm gonna keep that one with me. Your inner power is very, very, very much linked with your desire to help and do good for others. When you raise your standards in life, when you decide that certain things need to have a new state of being, I don't accept this anymore in my life. If that's the way it is, I don't interact with it. You got to step up if you want to interact. And in raising one's standards, that's where you start to connect with divinity. That's where you start to move away from human and you connect with divinity. This is the time, this is the quiet time. This is, and when I say quiet time, I'm not talking about quiet, no sound. You have your TV going, have the radio going, whatever, have that, whatever time, quiet time as far as events with others, events of this, events of other people's heartaches. Because that's when you can really look in the mirror and clean up what you don't like. So often we need other people to be what we think we are so that we can interact with them and so that we can learn what we don't like about ourselves through somebody else. This process winds up hurting and tearing another person down ultimately. And this is why I've learned to do that work with my own mirror, with my own reflection, not needing somebody else, but using any dynamic aspect in this world, whether it be a picture, some piece that I'm fond of, a tarot card, or anything else in that repertoire to be able to access my inner power to remember that these standards, they're so that I can help others better. They're so that I can grow better, so I can be more aware. And every single day is another opportunity for more growth for me. I don't know about everybody else. You might be chasing after fun. You might be chasing after the money. You might be chasing after the girl. But for me, it's not the chase. I'm interested in helping other people recover from chasing too much, from realizing that all that other stuff was really, truly, it wasn't worth it. All them scriptures in that Bible book, if people love so much, they say it over and over from the pulpit, but people still living the lives they live in. Not much of a difference. Really didn't learn the lessons. That's, that's on me. I gotta learn. I gotta make the correct decision. I can't. If I go run my mouth trying to tell everybody, "Oh, you're wrong. You're this, that," but that doesn't work. I gotta fix that for me. I got to keep myself on that game, on that focus, because then I'm going to be able to work past people's games. I'm going to be able to do something more than just the game. I'm going to be able to live life happily and peacefully. That's much I'll bring into my life. I love you, my friend, fellow. Thank you for being here. We'll be live again at 5 tomorrow, live at 5 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. That's -4 GMT if you're in another place in the world. But thank you for being here. Thank you for being part of this world, and be more of you. And if somebody's bringing down your vibration or your energy or your happiness, just mosey on and keep that joy. That joy, that joy, that matters, man. The happiness you got, that matters. That's your goal. Much love and many blessings. Donna De Kawai. Until we see you next time. Have a great day.